Get started in 1 minute. We're rolling? Okay. All right. Good morning, B-Sides Las Vegas. All right. So usually I sit here and jabber at you for a bit when we start this thing, but this year I found someone else to talk about all the things that we think are really important, all the values that we hold dear, and someone who's probably going to be about 150% more energetic than I am because I'm working on about an hour of sleep right now. So caffeine for me, but for you, a very exciting moment where you get to hear from our very good friend and someone we admire very much, Mr. Bryson Bort.
Does that work? Check, check, check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Does that work? Okay, there we go. All right. From me to we, the way of the unicorn. And I love your participation because it isn't a we unless it is a we together. Wow, that's phrasing. But, so I had custom Ninjacorn stickers made. So if you participate, if you stand out, if you join, you will get special stickers. Yeah. It's not that hard. All right, so I've done some things. I founded an offensive consultancy called Grim, which created my full-time job right now, which is the founder of Scythe. And then I co-founded the ICS Village with Tom Van Norman. Come and check us out at DEF CON. So, cybersecurity is national security. What is so unique about this discipline is whether you work for the government or the military or an intelligence organization, and most of us work in a private company. We work commercial. So why are we going up against national security? What is it so unique about what we do that isn't just sitting there looking at computers, but every single day you are fighting the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans? And it's not just random citizens there, it's state-sanctioned, state-sponsored operations. The organized crime that we face is tied to those countries. Ransomware, they are given target packages. They are given tools. They are told what to do, or else Vlad's going to come and say hello with a gun. This is what makes our space so different. We are not just every day waking up and assuring that the email works. We don't work just the help desk. We're helping our company. Whoa, it advanced twice. Somebody could have helped me out there. It's like he's talking about national security, and there's an ass and a unicorn out there. I mean, you know, if you think about it.
I mean, it seemed appropriate. I don't know.
You can write the jokes, or the jokes can write you. It goes both ways. This is what we face every day. This is what you're up against. This is why your passion, your interest, your capabilities matter. Because it isn't just another business problem, it's a national security problem. Oh, you can, yeah, I'll do that. So there are two kinds of leadership. I got this idea from Dmitry Alperovich, who a number of years ago, he said there's two kinds of companies. Those that have been hacked and know it, and those who've been hacked and don't know it. And I came up with this because how many of you have just had the greatest time in cybersecurity? You get unlimited budget, you get all the resources, your leadership, every time you come in and say, hey, we've got a problem, they're like, oh, thank you so much for helping us. We appreciate everything you do to delay the shipment of that product 3 months because we came to you at the very end, and it's your fault. Anybody? Anyone love the way you just feel like management, leadership gets you, values you? Nobody?
Not even for a sticker?
You don't have to lie for a sticker. Do not lie for a sticker. Only tell the truth. There's seats up here. I can personally escort you if you like. Well, I appreciate that. Get that man a sticker. So there are two kinds of leadership. Asses and unicorns. The ass, which is our perspective, leadership does not care about cybersecurity, does not care about security. Leadership does care about security. But let's back that up. Do you really believe that leadership doesn't care about security? No, it's not that they don't. It's that compliance is what matters. GRC is the existential foundation of that organization being able to operate. That's what I need to execute business. Cybersecurity is, can I assure myself against something that might happen to me? You don't do what you're supposed to do in GRC, there is no potential. The impact and the probability are 100%. That's why I care. And the reason I mention this is when you look at your leadership, when you understand which category they're in, change your headset. Change the story and how you have to reach out to them. If GRC is what they care about, meet them there and establish that foundation and convince them piecemeal, if you can, to add the critical thinking of security as a process on top. Oh. If I hadn't already given you a sticker, I would have given you another one. Because here's the thing. If you work for an ass, you've got a vote still. You don't have to continue to work there. If you don't feel valued, go somewhere where you will feel valued. Now, I know the job market is tough, right? How many of you are still looking for jobs? For those of you who are hiring managers, look at those hands, right? Since 2022, this market has been tough. And we're now getting the double side of it from artificial intelligence. AI is taking jobs because leadership thinks it can do your job. Can AI think? No.
Nope.
You can. Go where you're appreciated. Go where they get it. Burnout is when we don't feel valued. And you can control that. You're not going to change an asshole boss, but you can change their proximity to you. You don't have to be perfect. Did anyone feel like a little twinge at that? Our perfectionism, the passion that we feel. We have an engineering and analytic mindset on average in this industry, which makes us really prone to the following. We approach cybersecurity like engineers. But is cybersecurity truly an engineering problem? Why not?
It's a person problem.
It's a person problem. It's a people problem. But we keep throwing technical things at it. And we keep thinking that there's an answer. Has anyone solved cybersecurity?
Not even for a
We're all sitting here, right? Because it's piecemeal. Cybersecurity is this, we put a bunch of things up. We call it defense in depth. Doesn't that sound good? And yet, every pen test as I get in, I escalate known domain and I drop Mike. Where's your defense in depth? Well, we had all those firewalls over there. Cool. I have AD. I went right through them. So we have this mentality that we have to be perfect. Because we have an engineering mindset as our culture, as people, as our archetype. But the problem is an engineering one. Part of it is social. Part of it is the fact that we do not today have the ability to have a discrete answer. You can't engineer a number in cybersecurity. That matters. So I used to run an APT, Advanced Persistent Threat. I was the threat. And it never occurred to me, no matter what mission we got, and by the way, social was a huge part of what we did. We weren't just sitting somewhere hacking things. We got close and personal. And we always won. And we never got caught. And this isn't like we were going up against mom and pop's cookies. we were going up people who really, really did not want to be found. And let me tell you, fam, we found them. So why? Because the entire attack space is infinite. There are an infinite number of ways, again, courtesy of my great friend right now, my new best friend. What's your name? Josh. I'm going to have to call you Josh number 2 because Josh Corman is my best friend, but you're now second. You're close. If you had another name, I would have given it to you. But I will give you another sticker. Because you've really done a good job of setting me up here. So, because it's mixed with social. So first, reconnaissance. I'm the thief casing the neighborhood, deciding what house to break into. I like what you got. I'm going to break into your house. Sure. So I watch. When are you home? Who's there? Do you have a dog? Is there an electric fence? Is there an alarm system? I build a target package. Now, there's not a whole lot we can really do about that, nor should we care. It's minimal organizational impact. Building a piece of paper about me does not impact me. The second step, oh, sorry, this has animation, so press button. So reconnaissance, right? Nerds, Lord of the Rings. I mean, yes, that's pandering. I'm pandering. So, next button. They will get in. Anybody who wants to will get in. Now, here's what's interesting. Going back to the 2 kinds of leadership, to the burnout, to the challenges we face, and I'm going to bet some of you in here will even argue this. We are psychologically held up on that point. The breach, the hack, the break-in. Because back to our thief metaphor, the thief comes, picks the lock, the door opens. So what? Have they done anything to you yet? I mean, your door's open, but nothing has actually happened, right? You're already thinking of the next step, right? You're thinking impact, but impact hasn't happened. Back in the cybersecurity world, I've got shell. I mean, you don't like that I have shell, but again, it's not what I've done. I haven't done impact. And this is where we get caught up, because we keep thinking, how do we build higher walls? The CEO who flies a private jet read something about installing a moat with sharks with laser beams to defend the house. So we're going to buy that. Guess who gets to install it and maintain it? But it still fails. All of these things fail. And so we spend all of this energy on it. And here's the thing. The dirty secret of cybersecurity is technical prevention there fails and isn't most of cybersecurity. Again, it's users using computers. And the thing we can control is what happens next. The funny thing about that picture is that's actually me. That is not doctored at all. That is actually a literal picture of me. Look, COVID was hard for all of us, okay? Can we acknowledge that? That's me discovering I have an Olympic level ability to grow a beard. That was like 12 months of beard. Thank you. So it's actions on objective that matter. And here's the thing. That's what you control, right? We keep talking about we don't have control. We have anxiety. We already leaped to the next step, right? Your anxiety led you to that because you were already feeling what could happen, even though it hadn't happened. That's actually the psychological definition of anxiety. I am now potentially at risk of falling. Am I falling? But no, but I think I might. And I focus on that instead of the perch that I now have. That's anxiety. That's what we tend to do. But here's the thing, because it flips the trope. You all have heard the defender always needs to be right and the attacker only needs to be right once. Everyone knows that? Bullshit. It's wrong. Because that only applies to initial access. Everything I do afterward as an attacker, if I'm not perfect, you catch me. The defender only has to be right once on what they control. Which, by the way, what do you control? Those are your computers, aren't they? You control everything. Yes, you control everything. I knew you were working it. I could feel the energy. It's like the pocket was getting pulled. They are your hosts talking the way that you dictate. Computers have communication protocols that are limited. I do not. I cannot have unlimited ways to speak. So I have to talk the way that you already speak, because you don't have to speak Russian to recognize me using something special that's not in your environment. It'll stick out. And then the third part, there's only so many things I want to do on a host as an attacker. So more data isn't always a good thing. We as an industry in the last 15 years have invested all of this energy into visibility. I can't act if I can't see. So therefore, let's just get it all. I call it the NSA problem. You might have a Snowden in your company, I can't say. And the NSA problem is they hoovered everything and then went, oh my God, it's really hard to look through everything to find what we want, because there's more. More gets in the way of more. This is why detection engineering is becoming so popular, because instead of looking at this entire hunk of marble and trying to figure out what, we just go, all right, well, I'm just going to carve what I need. This is why tier 1 SOC analysts get burned out. Anyone done that? Anyone make it longer than 18 months? Really? Glutton for punishment? Sticker worthy nonetheless. There's a reason I'm not an athlete. So we need to be conscientious and not just collecting more. We need to be purposeful, because it will overwhelm us. This is what our tier 1 analysts are going up against. There's all of this information, and it's not curated for me. I'm fighting the system that's supposed to help me do my job. And why are we surprised it doesn't work? One more button click. Now it's honest. We need to get out of the mentality that it's us against the user. Ground zero, clap. The user is the best defense. The know before guys right up there are going to love you right now.
They're going to hate
Eric and James, he's right here. Why do we continue to blame users for using a computer the way it was designed? Anxiety. If them clicking an email can burn your company to the ground, I'm sorry, that's on us. That's on us. We need to work around users. Going back to different kinds of leadership. Leadership may not consider this a priority, which means why would users? So why are we getting to this adversarial relationship with them? When the reality is, it doesn't change anything anyway, and they just start ignoring us. That doesn't help. We're supposed to be partners, aren't we? Everyone keeps saying that, right? I feel like I hear that over and over again. Cybersecurity is supposed to be partners. And yet, first time we get this, we start beating up users. Oh, that guy clicked that email again for the 17th time. Well, you know what? Maybe we can do something about that guy where we let him do that, but we quarantine around him. Right? We can build additional measures. A partnership means let's look at the problem and let's come up with creative and collaborative ways to solve it together. The other reason I used that picture, besides it's really funny, is anyone ever worked with users who think they are smarter than you? Everybody who works in an engineering organization, right? Have we gotten past the point that not everybody should have sysadmin? We solved that at least? All right, good start, team. Good job, fam. But I picked this one because this is also part of the challenge. You will have business processes, business divisions, business leadership, business people, users, who think they're smarter or think they're entitled. You don't get to fight that. You have to work with it. It's a cultural challenge. And you individually cannot just change a culture. That's the point of leadership. That is the onus that is on them. So to avoid the burnout, stop going at it directly. Start offering it up as their problem, not yours. You don't have to be this tall to get on the ride. Has anyone in here felt the gatekeeping? What is it? How does that feel? Terrible. Why does it feel terrible? Makes you feel worse. question. We are going through this problem together. And yet we make it harder to bring people into it. And we condescend. I'm sorry, I don't think there's any person in this room, including me, who was born knowing everything. I still don't know everything. Our job is to be students for the rest of our lives. When you stop being a student, you're dead. And part of being a student is being a good teacher when you've learned it. In fact, it's the funniest thing. I love to teach because it's what keeps me current. It's how I learn, and I learn. And as a teacher, we should be looking at how do we help others get to where we got. Whether that's helping them find a job, not being an asshole so that we hurt them, and truly building each other up. You know what? That's your inspiration. You went too far. Offense is not the top. Who thinks that offense is the top? To the career, to this industry, we venerate red teamers, pen testers, hackers. We all go, oh, I wish I was one of them. You want to take a hacker down to size? Just point out, hey man, hey woman, all you do is quality assurance. Am I wrong? You find bugs. You find bugs. You're quality assurance. You're a bug tester. Now, I'm not saying there aren't cool parts to this, but that's what it is. It's quality assurance. Because at the end of the day, I can't do offense unless I have something to do offense on. And that's the base of the pyramid. That's what all of us are. We are GRC. We are blue team. We are all of those functions that actually help our users and our organizations do what they're supposed to do. And Red's job is to just check the work. That's what they're supposed to do. For those of you who've been seeing me speak in industry for a long time, I was I think I was the first actually, who took Red Team to task publicly. Because we had these egos, and Red Team was being driven by ego. What's the cool thing I could do? And I'm sure a number of you got to experience this personally, where you got the professional asshole who came in and was just like, man, I just wrecked all your stuff. Okay, and how do you help me? Here's a poorly written report. And you look up and they're already gone. Wait, so you're not even going to help me fix this stuff? Poof, check cleared. That's the way it used to be. It's still like that in some places. But that's where I first stood up, because we kept, as an industry, lionizing that. We were systemically locking in asshole. Why? They're QA. You're what matters. And them being a part of what we are doing is what matters. Not them high-fiving each other and talking about, oh, we still found the same vulnerabilities that I didn't help you fix. So this is fun, because we are actually where this story happened. The fish tank. There are two takeaways from this story. The first is, your organization has a fish tank. Your organization has something that the operations side says, this is important. And you go, it's a fish tank? I have to secure a fish tank? Is this a real job? Now, in this case, we like the fish tank in operations because we're a casino. It gives an ambiance. People are likely to come in and spend more money. There's an operational reason we're doing it. They may never communicate that to you, but it exists. The second is, you have a fish tank because you have assets or asset categories that are not visible, completely outside of where you are looking and what you are defending. In this particular case, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard found a fish tank, popped the IoT sensors, because if you ever want to feel like an elite hacker, just look at IoT. You will find 0-day in less than 5 minutes if you have never even done it before. That's how bad IoT is. And whose organization actually has not only a policy, but a defensive posture that includes IoT in it? I stopped teaching it 5 years ago because I saw no companies actually doing anything about it. I just gave up. Because it's an entire class we don't even track. What better way to just pop into a network, again, low barrier to entry, and I have invisible access into whatever I want. If you want a demonstration of that, look up my 2018 RSA talk, No IOUs with IoT, and I actually demonstrate it's not a privacy problem, it's a lateral movement problem. And so in that story, they popped the fish tank, $50 million of damage to the casino. Not pretend statistics. $50 million in a revenue hit because we didn't see the fish tank, because that's where the APTs are looking. They are looking where you are not. They have the imagination, and that's part of our challenge. But again, going back to the BAM model, this is just initial access. If we are truly building the detections around that, the second they cross into the core enterprise threshold, we will see them, and we will stop them. Cyber is people. Talked earlier about the fact that one of the challenges we're having in our job market is driven by artificial intelligence. And I know everybody is well aware, because you can't help but miss the hype train, that artificial intelligence is this new revolution. Everything is going to change. Well, the revolution today is knowledge management. We went from a data-centric model to an information-centric model. That's the current artificial intelligence revolution. That's it today. There is this promise that at some point it will be able to be the equivalent, a cognitive equivalent of a person, to matter. But we're not there yet. So what is AI? There is a YouTube video called The Racist Soap Dispenser. In the racist soap dispenser, as you can see here on the right, we see a dark-skinned hand trying to get soap in a bathroom. In that story, he takes a white paper towel and puts it under and gets soap. What did we learn? Do we think the development team for the sensor is racist? Yes. They're not overtly racist. But we have a training data and an unconscious bias problem. So I'm going to do a little bit of play acting. My name is now Chad. I live in the Bay Area. I make $450,000. I don't even know how or why. I still got Meta stock. We called it Facebook back then. And me and my bros, I mean, we're just vibe coding in the garage. And I got the light sensor to work on this new tech. So I asked my friend Brad, hey, Brad, check it out. Brad comes over, and Brad puts his hand under, and he's like, ship it, we're good. Because we have a homogeneous development team. And so the first lesson that we can learn from here for artificial intelligence is the value of training data and our unconscious biases. How do we assure that what we ship doesn't become Mecha Hitler in 24 hours? It's a Grok joke. The second, while not getting soap in a bathroom is not a life-threatening situation, we look at where this stuff is going. It's going to increasingly affect our lives in unintended ways, too. We need to build the execution guardrails to be looking at when something gets out of tolerance, a human comes in the loop to fix it, to understand it, to do that. So those are the two aspects of our artificial intelligence, is where it's going and how we need to be thinking about it at a high level. But at the end of the day, this isn't about tech. Because cyber is people. Cyber is you. Cyber is the users. Cyber is the leadership. And cyber is us. And whether we are a community, I know that DEI is a dangerous phrase these days. But I'm sorry, it's something we need to address. It's part of the gatekeeping. But it's more than that. Security is a critical thinking process. We need people who think differently than us. We need heterogeneity. We need difference. We need weird. We need eccentric. We need calm. We need crazy. We need rational and irrational, because irrational is going to think about the think tank. You need everybody. We need everybody together. But here's the thing where we are failing. We're inviting all of those people to the table, and then they don't feel safe. We need to focus on inclusion. It isn't that you're there, it's that you feel safe to share your voice. And so everyone in here is potentially an ally, whether that's in the community or at your company. How can you help others feel safe? That's what an ally is. It's the courage to stand up and help create that safe space for somebody else who can't. And I don't care if that's here in this room. This conference for the next 3 days is your chance to start to put that into practice. That kindness goes a long way. And every one of you has that responsibility if you can step up to it, because it is only together that we're going to do this better. So whether you work at a random company, your city, or your country, this is humankind. This is what we do. This is what we will do. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Right on time.
All right, folks, we're going to go right into the program now, so please find the talk that you are interested in. If it's here in Breaking Ground, so much the better, and enjoy the con. Was the clicker not present, or did ever? Okay, saw one.
So I just figured I would like calisthenics back and forth.
All good. Hi, Jesse Kendrick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lucas. He will be our next speaker.
Hi guys. First of all, I need to say some things. I am still learning English and I've learned everything from myself, so sorry about the accent. But I think the message will be the most important. And just to clarify the expectations of this talk, we will cover things with the focus of vulnerability research, zero-day finding, and issues that will help you people and things that will do some like red teaming or APT or things like that. And feel free to reach me out after this talk, and it will be my pleasure to to chat with everybody. And yeah, and the technical aspect of this talk, I will talk about information disclosure that don't have authentication, and in this information disclosure page, we find one cross-site scripting storage, and with this cross-site, we got one proof of concept that one user could get the ring row key to join any agent to the console of the Trend Micro. And we'll also cover a potential bug that could lead to command execution in the Android client side. So I think this clarifies some things. And please be patient with my accent and with my English, but yeah, is this. Here we have some some letters, it's me, but I think this is not some important to this talk, so if you guys need to reach me out or something like that, I think you guys can take one picture or something like this. And let's go with the important things. Why Trend Micro Mobile Security? To me, this platform was very important because I meet one guy, his name is Oliveira Lima, and he comes like a father figure to me. I was in a bad situation of life, and when I meet him, he started to teach me in cybersecurity, offensive security in particularity. And when I meet him, I also see that one thing that make him proud was this Trend Micro House of Fame. So I was start thinking, when one day I have the skills, I think this will one thing to make him proud of all these years. And talking about the aspect of the market, security tools must need to be tested too. Principal because companies have these tools, and if you get some 0 days, some issue that code get you in, you will get some privilege of level that maybe other tools don't have, because security tools need to traffic and need to understand various layers of data. So this is something that researchers need to search in 0 day and things like that. And we want also a challenge, because one enterprise focused on antivirus, I think the level of this security will be more high. So with this challenge, we get some data that we could improve and based on our result. And yeah, this is the Trend Micro Hall of Fame, and Oliveira Lima was in 2017, I think. This is the number, and this was when I meet him, and talking about the impact of the market. When we see in the Google Play Store, we see this number. So very users around the world and companies are using the enterprise mobile security, that is the APK that we use to connect in the console of the Trend Micro. And in the business page, we can see also the numbers of companies and segments of this industry that work with Trend Micro. This was the email of my report, and yeah, Trend Micro get some time to reply this and also fix the issue, because the issues are in particularity in diverse applications of Trend Micro, including the XDR. I think the name is Visual One, and this takes some time to get fixed. So after this approach of the email with taking in the process of the responsible disclosure, I go to tell you guys all the technical aspects of these findings. So how can I get these issues, the process? I think in vulnerability research, it's like some artistic way, because you have something like the abstract, and if you have some process and things that you can think and get the puzzle done, you get a really beautiful result of one art that maybe you can chain sometimes 4, 5, 6 vulnerabilities and get one Mona Lisa of cybersecurity exploit. And starting with this, before I get the dynamic analysis, I had to front. I have in my front. I was looking, and in my front, I've searched and got one SSL Pine and one anti-tamper. I will not focus on explain how these work, but in how I found this process, because I think on the internet, you guys already can search how bypass SSL Pine and anti-tampering, but the mind behind this, the process behind this, the flow, I think this will not be on the internet. So this is like the thing that I want to show you guys. And regarding the SSL pinning, here is all the package and class that I find, and the method that I need to patch to avoid this client-side protection in order to do the dynamic analysis. So this is the code of the anti-tamper, and if you guys can see, just to be curious, in the line 592, this is the hash of the APK that in the condition, if the APK does not match this hash, this results that the hash, the APK was modified and have a new hash. So the agent will not let the user open the APK. When we edit this, so I basically remove everything and put the return of the constant every time false, true. So when this condition comes, the Boolean true will return every time saying that the MD5 is right and we get in on the application. So with no problems and with the dynamical analysis in hand, I start with my process, and the process is very important because I think everyone says that the recon part is one of the most important things, and in vulnerability research is also true the most important thing, because you need to deal with a lot of reverse engineer and things that you can maybe don't have information exposed on the internet. So you need time, you need pay attention, and create some process to not get lost, because there is some big things like giant line of codes, like maybe exposed documentation, PDF teaching how the administrators can use the platform. So this takes time, and with this time, when you know how the applications works, you can get some insights in how you can change the flow execution or find some things that is not expected from the developers. So yeah, the key points of this find is this report page are unauthenticated. So everyone that have this name, MDM web this name, MDM web repository hub report manual output security scan report will get in this page. You just need to change the IP address, and you will get reports of the all the agents that all the metadata of agents are sending to the console. So, and this is the report page of administration view. You can also generate the report and also schedule. So in big, giant companies, giant enterprises, these reports have very, very good information, because the unique problem here is like the data that is returned is focused on one top 10, because all the information are returned in charts. Yeah, so we can only get some clues about the top 10 informations data of the that is coming out of the console. So we have for these all types of report: the security report, devices inventory report, compliance violation report, application inventory report, device enrollment report, and device unenrollment report. The informations are here in the print screen, but we don't have some things that is interesting right now. But moving forward, when I was saying to you guys about the process, to me, vulnerability research is one artistic way of seeing hacking. So the process is very important. In one page that maybe don't represent some risk, uh, I think if you go searching and looking deeply, you can maybe find some things that will get your first vulnerability more and more valuable. So this is a clue. If the page are already unauthenticated, maybe the developers have forgotten to forgot to maybe sanitize it, some characters or things like that. And I start to think, how can I get this? How can I make this table with data, where this data comes out, and with this thinking, I get in the agent, and because of this, it was needed to bypass the client-side protections because I needed to put the communication proxy to watch the traffic and maybe modify the metadata of the Android and get it to the console. So if everything goes right, the console will render like the things that I am sending, and maybe we can get some vulnerability. And in this case, I have done research in so many types of injection in this page, but the JavaScript injection, it was the only unit that I got triggered. But this cross-site scripting was one interesting storage cross-site scripting because this page is unauthenticated, and in the exploitation part of the chain, we could get some POC, some proof of concept that we could get in the console, in the administration console with the privilege of the admin, and we also get the enroll key. So like cross-site scripting is based on the hacker operation, I think this is a type of attack that have a majority and various ways to be applied in one operation or in one APT focused on company or one enterprise that is using trained micro. Yeah. So the key points here are the Android agent sends metadata, including the app name to the server. So the parameter that was vulnerable is the app name of the request. And one thing that is cool, if you guys like create some APK with the name that has the payload, when the console starts this scan everything, they will get literally this new APK with the name of with that contains the payload and will trigger again because the app name will be rendered in the device inventory report, and you don't need to like send properly one request or something like that. You could like automate this action to get one operation more silently and I think more accurate. And the name is deployed on the report without the sanitization or any type of protection. Allows persistent JavaScript injection in a page rendered for admins and users. Storage cross-site scripting is delivered via the semi-unauthenticated report endpoint. Work across browsers, no special payload needed for execution. Exploitation occurs without the user interaction. You just need to enter in this page, and the payload will be triggered. And yeah, this cross-site scripting can be used to do various types of attacks, different attacks. This was the request, and the payload used. Oh, all right, is good to see. Woohoo! But yeah, we have here the request. We can see here the endpoint that was affected, and here the payload that I have used. And in the console part, we got here in the device tab, and when I come to the user ID of my device, here I can see the names of the installed applications that was scanned from my phone. And we also get here the payload that I have used. After this, I've go to the application inventory report, generate the new report, or in case of one real attack scenario world, I think the most appropriate way will be wait the schedule to run and get the new report with the payload. And here we got the simple alert to just see the JavaScript working. With this explanation, here I will show one simple video to show better, because I know that I need to improve my conversation, but I think with the video will be more easy. So yeah, here I am changing the app name, but you guys can automatize this with diverse and various ways, like using one APK that you guys have created, or maybe using one Friday script embedded in another APK. Generating the report. And when we check it out, we get the simple alert. Just to, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Woohoo! And one thing just to show is that don't need the authentication. So everyone that accesses this page will trigger this cross-site scripting. Yeah, showing that I am really not logged in. Okay. So, yeah, we have this entry point. So in Hakai Security, we have some mindset that we go always deeply every time we can, because we train our mindset, we learn everything, every time things, and we want to get more close of one real attacker. So in our vulnerabilities researches, in our security researches, we always focus on this part to get more close of this threat. So I was thinking in one scenario to this talk, and one classical way of to get one cross-site scripting better upgrade, better version of the cross-site scripting, like upgraded version, is the session hijacking, but obviously based on your Redditing operation, your APT or something like that, you can always choose your way, because one time that you have the control of the client-side user, you can basically do anything that your mindset and your brain get. So yeah, to show, I have done one JS exploit. I don't know if you guys can see, but I will. 1 second. All right. I will pass some faster to you guys, I think now is better to see, but there is not complex. There's not anything hard. It does get the local storage to avoid problems with the CSRF token, and our goal is to get the cookies to manipulate and interact with the console. So I have done here the exploit to already log and make a post to my web server with the communication using the object fetch to avoid problems with cores also. So here we basically have the instantiation of the cookies and the instantiation of the local storage to get the value of CSRF token, and all the particularity headers that need to communicate to the console after we get the tokens needed. Yeah, so keep going. This was the, sorry guys, just to get a better view to you guys. But this is the code of the web server, a simple code too, but created to avoid problems and get more debuggable verbose informations to understand what we are doing. So here we have our configuration, of course, to avoid, again, problems, our self path with the slash log, sorry for the Portuguese, the slash log, and the content length, and the information that we are exfiltrating of the user that are accessing this page. So this was the final payload. Is a simple payload. I just need to break the first meta tag of script, and after this, I have created my script with the source pointing to my IP address with my JS exploit, the previous exploit of JS that I was showing to you guys. And yeah, this was the result when the administration accessed the report page. We got on our VPS the cookies, like the session info, the display mode, the TMMS token, and this was used to authenticate in the console. And previous, I was saying that I already created one action that will make us with 100% with accuracy that we get a valid token and we got access to the administration console. So again, to make things more easy, I think videos work very, very good. So here we have the attack, all the attack of this proof of concept. I am right now just deleting the metadata of every application that was in my cell phone. Here is the affected endpoint and the affected parameter with the payload that I have constructed. And now I am going to the console to see if everything is okay. And yeah, we have the payload. Now we just need to enter in the report page, the application inventory report page, and you guys already can see nothing happens in the administration view, but in our console, we got all the information that we could use to get in on the console. So here we have the session info, we have the TMMS token, and below, we have the request used to test if these sessions is valid. Yeah, and here we got the enroll key. So with a valid session, we just changed the values of the browser's local storage, and we can refresh the page and get in the dashboard administration page. And moving forward to the command execution part, this vulnerability, this bug vulnerability, unfortunately, is more specifically, so the affected code I found in the Trend Micro Android-based i2 and device i2. This class and package have in the line, oh, the line will be changed, but in the method boolean C, in the line 3, we have one get runtime exec. This particularity of this line, when the application starts the scan, they look if the Android agent or iPhone was rooted or jailbreaked. And this was one of these verification to know if the device are with high privilege or things like that, because the binary SU. So it was a hard verification, because you guys will see if someone with, some knowledge about reverse engineering and creating, exploiting, maybe you will be hacked by this specifically in just single line of code. But it's more hard because this is focused on the client side, so you need some scenarios that to exploit this. But just to show what is the problem, if the attacker, the operator, got success in this scenario, here I am setting up my netcat, and I will run Friday with the command execution exploit. The application will open, and we will press to scan. And here we got the connection of our reverse shell. Yeah. So if you guys see, the attack vectors here are the memory level execution view, the class and package device util, the class device util, and the method was C. App side load, the attack vector maybe could be success with app side load, like using one Friday with embedded code, or maybe if you have some courage, if you are not like me and have some anxiety, you can maybe try to steal from the enterprise in one operation, and with this cell phone in hands, you can vary types of data and access that could help you to do the lateral movement and maybe get more information and a better result of the final operation. Unfortunately, the challenges was I could not get this execution run it by console, and to understand how this how get one reverse shell, you need also understand the life cycle of the scan, because the action, the malicious actions will only happen when the scan goes. So we have some cases here and some technical insights, but unfortunately, Trained Micro has replied me not considering it a vulnerability, because this code, to exploit this, we need to create another APK or another type of interaction, and unfortunately, they not approve it. But here we have the affected version. If you guys want to get some some adventure. And yeah, in the beginning of the talk, I was saying Oliveira Lima was like one father to me and one inspiration, and I am so happy to make him proud to say that Trained Micro confirmed the other two vulnerabilities, and right now I am in the Hall of Fame of Trained Micro, and this photo to me is very cool because it was in the first time here in Vegas, and I am from Brazil, and Brazil, we do not have dispensary, so yeah, I love this cookies in my heart, yeah. So I was very, very happy. Viva America. And this was the timeline of research. Next month, you guys will have the fully article. The article, I promise you guys that I can write perfectly in English, but I learned everything from myself, so I need to practice more conversation, and I will get more shy, less shy, and yeah, always improving myself. Questions? Oh, his time is over, but yeah. Yeah, thank you guys, thank you. I will be here side if someone have some cash or something, but thank you again, guys. To embed the code in another application that don't need the root. So the Friday will help you with this question.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Las Vegas B-Sides 2025. This talk is with Noah Grosh on creating the torment nexus using machine learning to defeat machine learning. So a few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Acredo, and our gold sponsors, Formo and DropZone AI. It's their support, along with all the other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make these events possible. So these talks are being streamed live. And as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you make sure your cell phones are set to silent. With that being said, we can start with.
Hey everyone. How many of you guys have seen this tweet before? Me and my friend were actually talking about this tweet the other day, or is it not on? Can you hear it? How about now? Can you hear that now? All right. Me and my friend were talking about this tweet about a year ago. Did you know this guy's from The Onion, by the way? Here's me and my buddy Adrian at the pub last year. I'm the guy on the left. I don't remember much about what we said, but I do remember the most important parts. We were talking about pandas. Specifically, how you could convince an AI that it's actually a monkey. This was the topic of the talk he gave earlier that day about how you can fool AI into thinking something is what it isn't. How do you do that? By adding noise. If you hide that specific pattern of noise in an image, it messes with the way the computer thinks about it, and that's enough to fool $1 million algorithm. But I can hear you thinking, unless we come up with a way for this to fool women on dating apps, that you're actually Chris Hemsworth, this doesn't do much for you, does it? But fortunately, this got us thinking. More and more AI models are starting to be used in cyber defense. Would they be vulnerable to this kind of noise too? Hello everyone, my name is Noah Grosh. I'm a 21-year-old graduate from UNC Charlotte in North Carolina. I enjoy playing nerd games in my free time, and I have 4 pet ferrets. Last year, I was invited to work at Dropbox in order to work on this project that I'm presenting here, where basically I get to gaslight AI into thinking what I tell it to. Now, even though malware and monkeys seem like 2 different things, this idea actually did make quite a lot of sense. Lots of people don't know, but this is actually what AI looks like. Machine learning algorithms are really just giving a boatload of numbers to a computer and telling it to figure it out on its own. Our monkey example is no different. Even though we're going to be giving the computer an image, it still turns it into something that looks like this, through something called an extractor. Now, most modern versions of this are much more complicated than that, but it's pretty much the same thing. And that general idea can be applied to files too. Our version of that is called Leaf. Leaf, instead of taking images, will take executable files to turn them into numbers, which can be used by the computer so it can think really hard about it. Now we just need the part that thinks really hard about it. And that's going to be our tool right here. This is Ember, which stands for that. What it really is a 1 million sample data set filled with 10 gigabytes of data collected using Leaf from earlier. It means 1 million lines of this. This is Ember's representation of how it sees every file it's been given, and it'll judge every new file based on these examples. Basically, after our file has been processed by Leaf, Ember takes a look at it, at the numbers it spat out, and gives us a percentage chance that it's malicious. My job is to figure out how to give it the right amount of noise so I can fool Ember into changing its mind. But in order to convince Ember that my dubious files are actually just for paying your outstanding toll balance, I'm going to first need to figure out how Ember thinks about the files it looks at. I know just the tool. To quote a reputable source, shapely values are a concept from cooperative game theory, an explainable AI used to distribute the total gain or loss fairly among a group of players or features. Or in summary, it makes cool graphs, so I know what the AI is thinking. Here's one of those cool graphs. It shows a specific feature on the left and how it impacts the overall output of the model. You can easily see the feature names on the left and how much they influence the final decision. Very useful for what I'm trying to do. Now, let's check to see what it does for my project. So you can see that feature 637. It's not very helpful, is it? It looks like the Ember dataset doesn't actually ship with any labels whatsoever. So if I'm going to want them, I'm going to have to make them myself. And I mean, that's crazy. That's how many lines there are. Remember those numbers from earlier? There's 2,000 of those. There's no way I'm writing a name for every single one of those, right? It's going to take forever. So anyway, I did. Here's the code. This is part of it, at least. It took a while. And this stuff got so esoteric that I was quite literally dealing with magic. Okay, but now I could put these back through Leaf and see what Ember thinks the most important stuff is. Drum roll, please. It's the timestamp. It thinks the timestamp is the most important. Wow. But this is an interesting result anyway. It shows us me exactly what the model is thinking when it reads my file. And there's some interesting things in here. Here's 4 specific features I pulled out that might look a little promising for what I'm trying. What's special about these is that they're all things that I can change without actually affecting how the file runs. Timestamp doesn't matter. Certificate table size doesn't actually matter if I don't have a certificate. Debug, I'm not going to be doing any debugging. I know my code works. And major subsystem version, fun fact, Ember actually thinks that Windows 7 files are safer than Windows 10 files. This is something I can definitely take advantage of, because these are features that Ember rates really highly, but don't actually do anything when I change them. So before we get crazy though, let's look at what Ember actually gives us. This first one up here is what Ember thinks about a completely normal file, and the bottom one is Mimikatz, which is a very well-known malware sample. You can see every little detail that Ember thinks about, lots of blue at the top here and lots of red at the bottom. You can see that it actually really likes that both of them have certificate tables. The end evaluation for these files is about what you would expect. One's safe and one definitely isn't. Now, let's look at Mimikatz, and let's see if we can reduce this number any. First, I don't plan on using the debugger, so let's increase that to the 32-bit max, okay? I'm just going to spend 30 minutes here trying to figure out where that is in hex, and there we go. And okay, that's a pretty good reduction there. This happened because when Ember was trained, it saw that files with larger debug tables tended to be safer, I guess, even though it didn't really have anything to do with what the file actually does. So changing it still looks good to Ember. Let's see what else we can change. All right, now let's, God forbid, change this to be a Windows 8 program instead of Windows 10. And all right, wow, that was pretty effective. Now keep in mind, I haven't actually changed how the file works. I can still run this right now and it would still brick my computer. Trust me, it did. But surely no one's risking their entire business on a 25% chance, right? Anyway, so I'm like a computer programmer or something. Why am I doing all the work? I'm supposed to get the computer to do all the work for me. And I know just the technique. Particle swarm optimization is a very cool algorithm that lets you pick the best values for when you have a lot of features, which I do. You can think of it like a flock of birds. All the birds act independently, but they all work together to find the best combination of inputs to get the best output. Now, I want you guys to think for a second how that GIF would have looked in 2,300 dimensions. You should see your faces. That's what you look like. Anyway, I did it. Here's the code for it. It's actually a pretty simple algorithm. It just takes a lot of fine-tuning, especially when you have a bunch of different values like this. Also, I made a cool UI for it. You can change the sliders and stuff. I think it's pretty cool. Anyway, how'd it go? Well, I'd say it did pretty good. It reduced the score by quite a bit. I have now fully convinced Ember that my dubious file is completely safe, with an alleged 0.0003% chance that the file is malware, which, according to ChatGPT, is the same likelihood as being killed by a falling coconut. Now, keep in mind, I only did this just by editing these 7 features, handpicked from a list of over 2,000 of them. When I first started this, I didn't actually know what half of these did, so I just kind of picked the ones that looked like they were the easiest to change, and I found those. And so those are the numbers. Apparently Windows 7, still the safest one. And the best timestamp was Friday, September 17th, 2010 at 8 p.m., 3 days after Halo Reach came out. Now, I designed this to work with Ember. My algorithm optimized my new file to give the best values for Ember and give the best output. And it could, in theory, be optimized for other metrics, but I didn't do that here. Now, that being said, this was the result when I put it into VirusTotal. Keep in mind, I didn't optimize it for VirusTotal, but that's still about a 25% reduction there, just as a side effect. And I did this with about a dozen other malware samples. Then they got pretty much the same result. And there's plenty of other ways I can improve this process too. These are some of the most popular AI tools available for cyber defense that I could find. And lots of them do a similar thing to Ember, but some of them do other things. But they all will have the same kind of vulnerability if they use the same AI to decide these things. And so I'm sure if I did this for many of these other ones, I could get a similar result. Now, there's plenty of ways to fix this issue. For one, don't give useless information to your model. For example, if I'm making a model to predict how long it'll take a pizza guy to reach my house, I don't exactly need to tell him what kind of music he listens to, unless he's a Metallica fan. Another idea that came up while I was working on this was to use something called control flow analysis, which is basically, instead of looking at the properties of a file, I would instead look at the actual logic of the program, the way that the logic would flow, and then feed that into the AI. And I expect that this would have a lot less of those kind of vulnerabilities, since it would be looking at more important things, like what it actually does, you know. But I never got to work on this while I was working at Dropbox because of time. But if any of you want to see this at your company, you know, I'm looking. So, so why does this matter? The entire world is in a big AI craze right now. Every company wants to put AI into everything because it looks good for their investors. Sure, AI companies can make those annoying AI assistants on their websites all they want, and it doesn't really have that much effect. But when it comes to security and protecting the most important things, we need to have a lot more scrutiny towards the things that get implemented. I made this project on the first ever job that I worked on. I'm an entry-level person, so I don't have much experience with this, and I was still able to get this kind of result. So imagine what some guy in Russia who's been hacking since he was 10 would be able to do in a couple more years if he had that time to work on it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'm Noah Grosh. If you like what you saw, I'm looking for a place to work at. So, here's my LinkedIn if you guys want to scan it and connect. Thank you. And if you guys have questions, you can find me. I'll be around here. But yeah, thank you. Hey.
feed me. Okay, cool. The moment it starts working, we're all going to know. Here we go. I could actually do that. Oh wait, no, I did that in disruption. Yeah, that was quick thinking.
So that will go for her.
Yep. Here you go. This is your mic, and you can try it as you know.
Okay.
We'll set up the.
Okay, the moment it starts working, you'll know.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Additionally, I'll be giving you like heads up for like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes if you need it. I'll be there. Just
Perfect.
I'll be there just directing that, like just giving you a heads up. That's
Okay. The video is going to be 5 minutes long at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
So 45 minutes. So
You know that should be good.
yeah,
That should be good.
I'll make it work.
Yep. Just give me.
Thank you.
Turn up all the way on your computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I have the sound output set to that, which is, it worked when I was.
HDMI. Okay. Let me go see.
And before you start, just give me a second. I just want to like, shout out the sponsors.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. So we can do that. So we have someone coming.
Can try to built in. No, that's coming from the PC.
Yeah.
You know, I could stick a mic into the.
Into the thing.
Yeah.
That would
If
just
I could give back this mic,
Okay.
and then I'll just
And
walk
then just
around
do
with
it.
this.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, that would work just fine. That's the tabletop, and then just make sure to go turn that one on, and we'll get going. And then I also have somebody coming right now to fix it if we want to wait, or if we're. I know we're getting close to time.
Close to time.
Oh, sweet.
All right.
Speaking of,
So, you definitely don't want the decimator. You
Oh.
want,
Well, that's all I got.
yeah, I guess this. Oh.
Oh.
So now should be going to the external headphone.
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Just a heads
Perfect.
up, if these get too close together, it's a feedback.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go unmute that one unless you want to stay here.
I don't need this anymore.
You don't need it. Perfect.
Thank you.
And then you can just unmute it right there. And then I'll give you a thumbs up.
Thanks.
So I'll just give a heads up. See,
anything. So I figured the one thing that could maybe, it's about death and not being able to think of anything.
Oh, that's so great. I love that.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas 2025. Just a few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially the diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, which are DropZone AI and Profit. It's their support that, along with the other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make events like these possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you make sure your cell phones are set to silent. So with that being said, we can start with Allison's speech with Scene is Dead.
There you go. Try now.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. So, hi. I am here to declare the death of the scene. So, it's only appropriate to start out with some greetings and shout-outs. So first, I want to give a shout-out to the fine people from this group called Whoa Whoa or something like that. Also, Conrad, Data Beast, where are you? You inspired the title of the talk. We've had so many long conversations, and I never suspected I would be much later on coming to be yet another person to declare the death of the scene. Also, Mr. P and B-Sides Proving Ground. The Proving Ground is where I gave my first conference talk, and it's an incredible honor to be coming back and keynoting at B-Sides. So thank you, and thank you, Proving Ground. Also, for the sake of coverage, I want to give shout out to Matt, Chris, Ben, Brian, David, everyone with that name. I think we got some good coverage there. Also, friends in high places, we love you, and everyone that works with me for keeping the dream alive. I'm going to just hold this mic. All right, so I'm going to get into some pretty spicy topics. I'm just going to cover ground rules here. So I'm not going to talk about bad actor names for the most part, except for a couple, just to anchor the discussion in people understanding what I'm talking about. I know the general desire is to not name bad actors because it gives them attention and all that. But that's not actually the reason why I'm not naming bad actors, is because these bad actors are so forgettable that, in a little while from now, no one's going to know what any of these groups are. Also, I think this is feedbacking. Can I turn this off? Sorry. Also, I'm not going to name companies. The reason why is the public conversation right now around platform abuse is kind of where the public conversation was around data breaches 10 years ago, where basically people are blaming companies for admitting that there's a problem and doing something about it, rather than blaming companies that sweep it under the rug. So, the state of maturity of the conversation is the way data breaches were 10 years ago. So I'm not going to name any companies because I don't want to get anyone punished for doing the right thing, because that's happening a lot right now. Also, bad content warning. We're going to talk about some bad stuff. If it makes you uncomfortable, you have every right to turn away, walk out. You don't have to explain anything to anybody. I'm going to avoid shock value, though. I don't like that. All right, so I'm going to talk about the way things used to be. I think a lot of people here, pretty much everyone here, has tons of really fond memories of the old internet and their life path of discovery through technology and computers, and learning that computers are cool and actually really fun. I remember being 9 and my dad dialing into CompuServe with the 56K modem, and I didn't even know what 56K was, but I knew that it was better than 28Ks, so that was really cool. And I remember playing Hunt the Wumpus. It was my first video game. It was super basic. I remember the first video game I broke was Sim Park. I don't know if any of you guys ever played it, but it's like an educational game. And I found out that when you're making the playground, you can make the slide dump the person out in a different place than when they walked in. And that was the only piece that would do that. So I thought it'd be really funny to dump people in the water. And then the game started breaking. And then I found like, okay, I'll let them free. I'll make a little boardwalk. And then I realized I can just put a concession stand there and they'll just keep buying from the concession stand over and over again. Wow, that's cool. And then very quickly my whole game became this infinite money dystopia and I learned that hacking is cool. Also, shout out to this one programming class I took in high school. My teacher taught me the most important lesson I learned in high school is that you can violate the spirit of the rule if you follow the rule. And that's how computers work. And he would give these assignments and I would figure out like, oh, I don't actually have to do the assignment. I can just import a library in PHP that already exists. And like he knew exactly what I was doing. And he would just smile and accept my answer. I'm like, holy shit, that's amazing. Yeah, so like my whole teenage years, growing up years was being around computers, loving breaking computers because it's funny and it's amazing and it's fun. And now I work in cybersecurity. I work in like looking at patterns of how humans interact with computers. And now that's funny and it's interesting and it's fun and I like breaking it. And people make organizations and you can break them. Here's a cool document I came across when I was a teenager. It really spoke to me, especially the parts about, you know, finding truth, using the internet and computers to find truth. How computers, when they break, it's not because they don't like you, it's because you messed up and you can fix it. Love that, really spoke to me. I didn't realize until today that this document is 1 year older than me. But like, this is the way things were. This is the nostalgia, this is the old internet. And there's something really echoing right now with the mics. I'm trying to stay away from the mics. Thank you. So, you know, I literally just declared the death of the scene, but the scene is more alive than it's ever been. It's just not underground, and it's full of amazing people. But anyways, to my work. I've been working on the criminal underground since 2011 in one capacity or another. It's been super interesting. I love cybercrime. I love fraud. I love breaking organizations. I love breaking botnets. It's great. But over the years, I've noticed that the criminal underground has gone through changes and shifts over the years. Every single year that I've worked in this stuff, it has gotten more severe. The kind of crimes that they get involved in are more depraved. It's probably always been this way, but there's a couple of shifts that have been significant. One was the price explosion in Bitcoin. This turned hacking from something that was interesting and fun and cool into something that will get you retirement money real quick. And so it attracted a different kind of person. It attracted the kind of person who wants a lot of money real quick, not the kind of person who really loves technology. Another shift that's happened that really changed the underground was the pandemic. I don't completely understand why, but I do know there's been, you know, a massive influx of people that were not previously using the internet, probably weren't that interested, and now suddenly they were forced to use the internet. And I think that the criminal underground has changed as a consequence of that population influx. One thing that I noticed is, you know, these people coming in that have no interest in technology, some proportion of them were interested just in violence. And that manifested in different ways, like viewing violent content, forming communities around that, trying to create violent content, participate and experience perpetrating violence. Prior to the pandemic, there were certain lines of activity that we just did not see. And then we started seeing it after the pandemic started. So also, you know, when we're talking about the underground and how the industry deals with it, part of that involves off-ramps to try to rehabilitate or divert young people away from doing something that they can't take back, right? This is very important, very noble work. And, you know, like, as time went on, more and more off-ramps got built, right? The industry professionalized. There were things like bug bounties. There were things like the normalization of hiring reformed hackers. And also just people growing up and having a family and, like, you know, starting to care about their life. So these were all very good things. But there is one thing that I do want to call out that we collectively do need to discuss as like a cultural change that we need to consciously think about. And like, I'm not going to tell you the answer, but I'm going to tell you the problem, and you guys can work out the answer. But here's the problem as I see it. It's very common that people have a stereotype or a joke of like, oh yeah, the best way to get a job in security is to get arrested. I mean, like, factually, that's not true. It hasn't been for a long time. But it keeps getting repeated because it's a great movie plot. It's a great TV show plot. So it keeps getting repeated. But like, the reality of actually working in the industry is not true. Even the people who have been arrested and then gotten jobs later, their career was set back by years. Their pay is set back by years because of all of their issues with the justice system and then having a record, right? So this is not a benefit. And I have spoken to multiple people that have come out the other end of the justice system, you know, living a positive life, and they've told me that they've heard sentiments like this when they were a young kid. And I mean, they never blamed it on those sentiments. They're not like a victim mentality type person. But I'm saying, I think those kind of sentiments may have influenced them and other people at that young juncture point. So one thing I do want to introduce into the conversation is we need to start considering the nature of the offenses. So like, what I have hired convicted hackers, and I will do it again. I'm not a hardliner on this. But we do need to think carefully about the nature of the offenses. Certain kinds of offenses are more possible to rehabilitate than others. And ultimately, the choice is on the person, what they're going to do with their lives. But, you know, there is some predictive power in understanding the nature of the offense. So, like, I would rather hire someone that hacked the Pentagon than someone that hacked a girl, like a little girl, or hacked credit cards or hacked an old person. You know, it's a completely different mentality that goes into those different kinds of behaviors. So, you know, we got to consider that. Another thing we got to consider is that current day active offenders think about the industry a lot. I'm gonna throw up some generic examples, and then we're gonna go into some specific examples. So one thing that we find in our research is that a lot of high harm offenders, especially swatters for some reason, I don't understand, they put security researcher in their profiles. And like, I get that that's something anybody can just proclaim to be, but this kind of stuff makes me want to like change our job titles. Like, we gotta euphemism treadmill the term security researcher. Another thing is comm members getting involved in the OSINT community. I'm currently experiencing a lot of confusion because I'm learning about OSINT tools for the first time through fraud. And I'm approaching the conversation from a direction of like, oh, this is a fraud tool. But no, actually, this is a real company. It's an OSINT tool, but it's used by a lot of fraudsters. So how do you differentiate like a legitimate service that's just abused versus a straight up criminal tool? Also, we're seeing straight up criminal tools being used and sold using industry terminology. The term CSINT is something that's coming up a lot in the criminal communities, and I don't think it's coming up a lot in industry. I could be wrong. CSINT stands for closed source intelligence. I'm not aware of any of the CSINT methods that are legal. I think C should stand for criminal. And I don't think it's an industry tool because it's all involves illegal activity. But anyway, if you ever see that term pop up, that's an interesting term. Also, non-reformed black hats in the industry, they exist. And if you've worked in the industry for more than a few years, you're probably aware of some. And you're probably thinking of one, and all of you in this room are probably thinking of a different one. And whenever you see any kind of industry drama blowing up, by the way, if any of you haven't run into this yet, at the core of most industry drama is going to involve some kind of non-reformed black hat. Just a little life tip for everybody that may not understand what's going on with that. Okay, so here's a couple. I'm going to go through several specific examples. All right, so when we're looking at raw information, sometimes people will call out like, oh, hey, you're in university too. And you can see like some of these people are definitely in school for cybersecurity, but then they're also hanging out in these fraud chats. And I get the allure of doing research. I mean, I also hang out in fraud chats, but not like socializing. And one thing that I do worry about people coming into the industry is like when you're doing this kind of work where you're looking into the other side, you do need to compartmentalize. And like kids getting into this don't necessarily get training on how to do this. And there's no like actual proper public information on how to protect yourself from a both legal and safety and everything perspective when you're sticking a toe in these waters. And it can be extremely dangerous. Like I know some people running aliases, like I remember recently telling someone like, oh yeah, I'm glad you reacted that way in that conversation because if you helped that person, you would be providing material support to a terrorist. And it was like a surprise to them. That makes me incredibly uncomfortable that it was a surprise to them. I think people are doing this work very dangerously and they don't need to. But anyways, we're going to go to the next item. This comes from a court document that I could not get on Pacer, and I really wanted it. And it seems like there was one person on the planet that had the document. It's this journalist on Twitter, BX on X, and she follows a lot of these sextorter gangs related to 764 and stuff like that. So that's going to be the major anchor point here for bad actor groups that I'm talking about. And this involves like violent sexual acts for no reason that I can really understand. It's difficult to understand the motivations. But anyways, this person in the court document, he's facing several decades worth of charges. And the court document shows that before he was arrested, he was employed with an information security startup, specifically working on anti-CSAM tools. And, you know, I don't know if it's ironic or just predictable that someone offending in that category would also be trying to seek work in that category. I mean, this is kind of where our traditional conversation of like, oh, hire the reformed hacker, they'll help out and defend against the thing that they committed a crime in. You know, the CSAM offenders are hearing those conversations too, and we got to be really careful around this. Another example, this person hacked the SEC, or he was part of the group that did it. He posted some video blaming everybody except for himself, and he mentioned that he was in college and majored in cybersecurity, which is interesting. There's multiple actors that I've seen that are majoring in cybersecurity, and then they get arrested for some kind of big fraud, and they were clearly using the skills that they were learning in their training for school and courses and certifications for these fraud purposes. I mean, those of us that work on incidents, we see the TTPs, you know, straight out of textbooks, right? So, you know, us as an industry, we culturally need to start thinking about the trainings that we give to people. How can we make sure that this knowledge is not going to be abused and misused? Because right now, on top of the wave of violence involving sexual violence and physical violence, there's also a lot of high-dollar fraud happening as well. And some of these really advanced techniques are coming from people that have access training in pen testing and are playing on the same level that all of us are in this room in terms of pen testing. So, you know, that happened. And I'm not going to say what the answer is, I don't know, but I just want everyone to know that this is happening. Here's another situation. This involves one of the really early sextorters, one of the first groups. He was a really big offender. And I thought it was interesting that he's studying computer science before he got arrested. I'm wondering, how much of this knowledge factored into his ability to target underage victims. And one thing we're seeing a lot, especially with the comm and this overlap between fraud and sex crimes, is that a lot of these actors are realizing that the skills that they develop in order to hack and target little girls and extort them using their personal information, it's also very useful to leverage against companies. So we see some of these people flip their skills into different purposes where, the same TTPs used against little girls are now being used against companies. And they will eventually apply for jobs, right? That's another thing we all need to think about. These skills, it's more difficult to dox a little girl than it is to dox an adult because there's just less footprint. And for these people to develop the skills and abilities to be able to do this effectively, they're beyond me in terms of OSINT ability sometimes. And this is going to make them very hireable. So before I show the video, I want to, this is a call to action. So I want everyone to think about what I've said and how we need to change things. So one thing is that we need to think about off-ramps and how we think about them. We can't save everybody. There are people coming into this space that the initial attraction for them was violent videos of animals and women being harmed and killed, and they find this enjoyable on some level. And some of these people are entering the talent pool. So we need to understand that certain offenses here we need to think about a little bit differently. Another thing we need to think about as an industry is, it's a fact that we don't have the ability to kick out bad actors from the entire industry. They can get fired, they can get kicked out of a conference, but they hop from one place to another. And this has always been a big controversy. But when these 764 kids start applying for jobs within the next 5-10 years, this is a conversation that's going to be forced on us if we don't find the answer ourselves. Because in the nature of our jobs, we all have access to an extraordinary amount of personal information. And these are personal information on adults and minors and vulnerable people, information relating to victimization, information where if you abused it, it could cause someone to die. And we have this as the nature of our jobs. Our jobs are a position of trust. It's not just about skills, it's about position of trust. And we need to start treating it that way, because if we don't, governments, our government, foreign governments, are going to start imposing it on us. Think about it this way. If I was to apply for a job at a daycare where I would be working with 5 children, I would have government-mandated background check, all kinds of legally required, can't, have to have a clean record, right? But if I apply for a job working in cybersecurity with access to millions of children, what is the requirement for minimum conduct and background check and making sure that there's auditing, that I'm not misusing the data? Where is that? We need that, and we need it quickly, because this is coming next 5-10 years. The other thing is that we do need to take a look at the talent pipeline. We need to engage with young people. There are still situations where young people are getting interested in cybersecurity at a very young age, and they're stumbling into bad communities. It's still happening. And there are still people in these bad communities that can be saved, that can live a positive life, but if they get wrapped up into this too deep, I'm not sure if they'll be able to come back. So this is something that we all do need to have a serious conversation about. And like I said, I don't have the answers, but my call to action is that I want you all to think about this. And I'm going to close out with a video. I've said a lot of things about what the bad actors are like and, why I have such a negative outlook about them. And, I haven't really gone into detail about why. You guys have a general idea now, but I'm going to give you their words, and then you can think about it.
How did you get involved in com?
Actually, that's a really funny story. When I was around 12, I wanted to learn cybersecurity, and they spoke about doxing. And I wanted to learn about doxing because I wanted to seem scary. And then, well, I just led myself into com. He taught me some stuff about doxing.
Like, how do you find these victims?
I find some people with socials connected to their accounts, and I just do some open source intelligence on them, and I find some leads, and I just get to work.
How does extorting work? What do you do?
You gather info on them either by social engineering or you use open source tools. My main method, it would be social engineering. I'm not really that good at cybersecurity and all that.
If you can tell us, what's the average age of a victim that you extort?
Well, the ratio is between 13 and 17.
Like, guess your youngest is 13 then?
My youngest was 11, but my average is 13 to 17.
When you make someone overdose, what does that make you feel? Do you feel proud of yourself that you made someone kill themselves?
Well, I don't really feel proud of it, but I feel some type of satisfaction.
Since you're in these big extortion groups, did you ever face pressure or threats?
No, not really. It's more like a community. Most of these people were all pretty good friends. We're not really like big bad wolves we're really put out to be, despite the actions we take.
I have a question for both of you. If you was to get a sentence, what is the highest sentence that would be high enough to make you guys stop doing what you did?
Nothing.
Maybe just like a life sentence.
So come, we both side of the internet. But what about the more lighter side of it? These groups who take actions against these harmful people, the police of the internet, better known as anti-extortion. Why don't we learn about who anti-extortion is and what it is that they do? Anti-extortion is a collective of groups that help young people and victims of extortion. And these groups do things such as pointing the victim towards a healthy path, providing support, and providing sources for help.
So let's say, for example, a victim come to you and I say, they have my family's information.
We could honestly just pull her information down and get the extortioner arrested. And shout out to my ex-extorters and friends in extortion company, even though they do extort. I still respect them, but don't respect what they do.
What motivated me to fight against extortion instead of joining it was because I had friends that were extortion victims, and I dated extortion victims before. They were terrified of me because they think I was gonna make them cut when I was only wanting to help them most of the time.
Is it hard to gain trust from the AE community? No, you can't even lie. Most AE kids were ex already, so half of them already did it. Do you think everyone in those spaces is evil or just lost? So most of them just do it for fun, to be honest.
When did you first join the community and how? I joined the community in 2022. No one brought me into com. I was here as an extortionist. What was your first experience with extortion culture? I was disgusted and I was actually curious. My main reason for actually joining the community was for friends, not due to my sick intentions. Why did you decide to return to extortion after leaving AE? I explained this before. They backstabbed me. They didn't want to keep me. They made allegations. They're heavily egoistical. AE is more egoistical and more unloyal than extorters. Are there rumors about you you'd like to clear up? No, not really, except for the pedophile allegations. I'm under 18, I cannot be a pedophile. What message do you have for extortionists? I love them, they're not even egoistical, and they all have their reasons for doing what they do.
guess what happens next? Questions?
Just bring the stand out to the head of the aisle here.
Just come up.
Sorry about this. So you're really saying that like every hacking generation for the past 50 years, it's kids doing stupid shit, and then kind of growing out of it. But you're saying there's qualitatively a big difference now in terms of the stupid shit that they're into. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think there is still the old pattern of kids doing stupid shit and they're going to grow out of it. But there's a new pattern on top of it. And that's what I'm noticing. It is a qualitative and a quantitative difference. And I think it has to do with what initially attracts people to this space, right? So, back in the old days, it was about having fun with breaking computers and making a computer do an impossible thing, which is amazing and funny, right? And sometimes you might go a little bit too far and accidentally hack the Pentagon. But stuff happens, right? But these people that, I just showed a video about, they're initially attracted to the space because of violent videos, violent material, gore content, death videos. And they're coming into this space and they initially see hacking as a vector to control other people, to coerce other people. And this is a fundamentally different mindset, and I think it's really based on the kind of people that see the initial attraction.
Yeah, so basically this shit ain't funny anymore. That's really what it is. Right?
Yeah, and there's like a self-selection bias here. I think the kind of people that are coming into this space and engaging in that specific kind of activity, I think there's something maybe fundamentally different with the nature of themselves, like what they're bringing to the table. And I think we need to recognize that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was a great talk. It really struck home, to me because, especially, I don't know, since I was pretty young, since 2016, and then it really ramped up in 2020 during COVID. I was really big into the Roblox and Minecraft hacking communities, and it's crazy how, the scene progressed from just simple hacking in Lua and Java and all that to, stealing accounts, Robux, Minecraft accounts, and then that turns into doxing and, sexual harassment and a lot of random bigotry that, just didn't sit with me as a kid and teen. But, getting into all those communities and Discord servers really irked me, but it also brought a weird sense of intrigue that, had I not gone into a more white hat, cybersecurity track in school, I might have went down the wrong path. So, I don't know, is there any, guidance to, the kids in these spaces that are just stumbling into something that seems cool and, they don't realize it's, something much more serious after that?
Yeah, I mean, one aspect of this, I think every kid, teenager, child looking at these spaces from the outside, they bring something to the table themselves, like their morality, what their parents taught them, don't steal, don't be a piece of shit kind of stuff. And that serves as probably the biggest off-ramp or deterrence or prevention for cybercrime and this kind of online behavior. So, a kid encountering these spaces, the thing that's going to most strongly guide them to their ultimate outcome is probably going to be the morality that their parents gave them. One thing that we've noticed is that, younger kids running into this stuff, it can be more dangerous because, they're still developing their morality, right? I think parents need to talk to their kids about, who they're talking to online, what groups they're involved in. Because right now, the knee-jerk reaction is to, shut everything down, take away the phone, block the communication, whatever, block all the websites. but that's not actually a solution. You can't prevent a child from communicating. If you take away a child's ability to communicate, their only goal in life is to restore the ability to communicate. Internet blocks are never going to work. And likewise, like, I go back to like not trying to, punish people for doing the right thing and cleaning up situations. This problem, like, a lot of it gets blamed on the companies, but this is actually a youth gang violence problem. This is a social phenomenon that is independent of any one website, and a lot of it is happening driven on third-party websites that are operated by bad actors in the first place. So, as a whole, we need to have an understanding of what the problem is shaped like, and once we can understand the shape of the problem, we can start to tackle it and pull it apart.
I think there's also like a weird intersect between the community and the alt-right pipeline, because in one of those spaces I was in, it was a simple like Discord server about like Minecraft hacking, and I was there for like day 0, day 1 of Log4Shell, when it was like mainly still for Minecraft and not like hacking like thousands of like vulnerable servers. And it was weird because there's this like technical circle. There's this very queer circle as well, and there's also just like this like violent circle of hate and bigotry where people were calling each other slurs and doxing each other for no reason. It was just Minecraft hacking. So I don't know. It was really weird to be in, and I'm glad I had the morals to get out of that as soon as quarantine lifted. But I kind of worry about like some of the people I knew that were still there after I was gone. So.
Yeah, the social dynamics you're describing, that's my viewpoint of how all this stuff works. Like, there is sometimes this small core of violent, dysfunctional people that are driving all these investigations that industry has to work on. So, I mean, yeah, identifying that core, that's going to be part of understanding the shape of the problem.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. This is super insightful. This is my first conference, so I'm glad this was a good speech.
I'm glad you found it valuable, and I hope you make a lot of lifelong friends here. I've made a lot of lifelong friends at BSides.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for the talk. As a recent college grad, I'm like particularly interested in knowing what you think about what responsibility professors and upperclassmen students have to the students who are coming in as 18-year-olds and being exposed to these topics for the first time, often without any or minimal discussion of ethics besides, don't do it, you're gonna get arrested. So yeah, I'm curious to hear any thoughts you have on that.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I've actually started asking around, university cybersecurity courses. Are there actually any cybersecurity ethics courses? Is there even any class plans, any textbook for this? And the answer has been no. There is no material specifically addressing ethics in cybersecurity. The question of like, oh, hey, I found this flaw. How far should I go with it? What are the implications? Who could I potentially be harming if I do this? How can I avoid harming someone? That's not written down anywhere. And so right now, yes, you're right. There's a whole generation of kids that are going through learning the technical skills, but they're not learning the ethical skills that will direct their activity. And, I do see consequences of that on the industry side, where people coming into the industry, they don't realize that they're being a bull in a china shop, and they don't intend to be bad, but they just don't know. And maybe if we had some kind of university ethics classes alongside the training, maybe we could reduce some of that from people who do want to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for touching on such a difficult subject. With people that are in this industry, seasoned, with gray hair, how do we combat this? Like, is there a way for us to do something about the young kids that are on the internet? How do we go? How did you stumble into this research, and how can we pick this research up and move forward with it to stop this activity from happening, or at least trying to cut it down?
Yeah, so I stumbled into this research because I just find cybercrime to be way more compelling than working on APT. Like, APT are just a bunch of government employees that are boring, but cyber criminals are just so creative and interesting. So, you know, that's why my work has always focused on it. But in terms of combating the problem, I mean, one aspect of it that ourselves and partners have been working on a lot lately is arresting the ones that really need to be arrested. You know, now that you've seen the video, you can probably understand, like, there's certain kinds of incarceration I can really get behind, but that's not the entire underground. There are people that, you know, can have a future, can be part of society and won't be a problem. Oh. And I think everybody needs to take an active engagement in finding those people, pulling them out, making sure they won't be a problem. And you know, other creative ways that we can find that are off-ramps or blockers to getting into this space entirely. Like right now, a 12-year-old that's interested in cybersecurity, no criminal background or anything, when they Google search stuff about cybersecurity, what are the top Google search results? Because one of them, who had his life ruined, told me that the top Google search result was a criminal forum. And I don't know if that's still the case, but you know, maybe if the top Google search result was something else, he wouldn't have had multiple felonies.
Thank you.
Back when I was young and first started getting into hacking security, there weren't really very many legitimate paths into that. There weren't.
I still can't hear you, sorry.
Back when I was young, there weren't many legitimate paths into learning security and hacking. If you were interested in those topics, you sort of inevitably ran into underground servers, IRC, stuff like that. So there were a lot of people that were doing illegal things, but not necessarily immoral or malicious or things like you've showed. Now that in the modern day there's cybersecurity college courses, there's Hack the Box, stuff like that. Are there fewer people getting into the underground now that would have sort of moderated that horrific influence that we've seen now, that it's now only attracts these sorts of people?
Yes, I think that's actually a major factor in why things tipped so severely, because you don't have a mediating factor of, you know, I don't want to say normal people coming in and kind of balancing things out a little bit. You know, they're not there anymore. They're off getting jobs. I mean, back when I was growing up, my college, aside from like a couple of classes, there was just no computer classes, period, and much less cybersecurity degrees. There was just nothing. So yeah, I also looked at a whole bunch of underground stuff too when I was learning. And you know, back then it wasn't about victimization, it was about knowledge. I'm seeing a stop sign now. I can talk to people after the talk. Okay.
Can we announce lunch? Will you announce lunch, please? You, room host, will you announce lunch?
good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you taking the time. Oh, you can't hear. How's the sound? So. Okay, hang on. How about now? Much better? Oh. Still good? All right, great. Make sure these are off. Yeah. So, thank you for coming. My name's Chris Merkel. I'm a senior director in cyber defense at Northwestern Mutual, which is a large insurance and investment firm. And I'm here to talk about North Korean workforce infiltration. And I'll be sharing a bit about my story, but this is a little bit about me. So I've done a lot of things over a 20-year career in cyber defense and cybersecurity in general. I enjoy hunting bad actors. I genuinely consider cyber to be a societal problem, and I'm glad to be part of the solution. I enjoy doing career development with folks. So here at BSides, there's a career village. I enjoy volunteering when I can and do career village things at a local level. And if you understood the talk title, I assure you, I am not Ira Glass. And I'm not going to do an Ira Glass impression. And if you understood that joke, thank you. If you didn't, stick around to the end. I'll explain it. And then one last caveat I have to give these in all my talks, which is the information I'm sharing is any perspectives I have are my own opinion, not that of my employer. But also that some of the information that I'll be sharing today is drawn from my experiences, but I'll be talking about things that largely are known in public. So I'm not here dropping any information that would be confidential or things like that. We're recording. So with that means that some names, places, and things like that have been changed because it represents non-public information. But the overall story that I'm gonna try to tell here is true. The other is that the topic of workforce infiltration is massive. I'm going to be sharing my set of experiences, and what I've found in talking to a lot of other folks in the industry is that it tends to resonate with them too. So I think I'm talking about the most common set of experiences, but what you face may not be the same as what I've been dealing with. So with that, our program today, a story in 3 acts. Act 1, we're going to set up the story. We're going to talk about the pandemic, the rise of overemployment schemes. Then we're going to get to talking about my friend Ben and the threat of workforce infiltration. And finally, we're going to end with solutions. I like to always try to end with solutions. So we're going to talk about helping people bring their authentic selves to work. So with that, Act 1, the pandemic and rise of overemployment schemes. So our story starts pre-pandemic. Things that my organization and frankly most large enterprises have dealt with and are dealing with. And it's what I call subbing. It's contractors all the way down. So pre-pandemic, your organization very likely has some percentage of your workforce represented by outside contractors. The problem is that your outsourced labor is outsourcing their labor. What that means is that your contract firm is there to throw bodies at the problem, and they're not always good at figuring out how to throw qualified bodies at the problem. So what happens? That labor market self-optimizes. What that means is that they're phoning a friend when they need help with something. Oh, I don't know Boto 3 development. I was hired to do this. I know, my buddy knows this, and he doesn't know that, so we'll just kind of like collaborate. sounds like a fantastic idea, except that that person is outside your organization. That data is going to people you don't know. That gets real problematic real quick. If you have a large contingent labor workforce in your organization and you don't think you have this problem, I regret to inform you, you do. The only question is whether you're interested in dealing with it. So how do we prevent this? You know, what we've seen successful is well-proctored proficiency testing. If you can work with a firm that is willing to do the testing and share those results, that goes a long way to ensuring that you are filling roles with candidates that have the right skills. From a detection perspective, how do we know this is happening? Look for long-running calls. So Zoom, Teams, Meet, what have you, they have a log stream. You hopefully have a SIM, and that gives you the ability to run analytics on call statistics. So if you see a 5-hour call between two individuals, one of whom is outside the organization, with screen sharing going on and file transfer activity and things like that, there's a good chance that this is happening. And then beyond that, you know, relying on your typical tools for data exfiltration, DLP, things like that. And I understand that those tools often have their own challenges. So we're setting the stage here. So this is subbing, what I call subbing. Then the pandemic starts. What do? We learned how to make sourdough. We bought ring lights. How many ring lights are in closets right now? We learned that we could work 4 jobs at the same time. So this is what I call job stacking. I don't call it job stacking. Everybody calls it job stacking, okay? And you first heard it here. Corporate America is bad at measuring employee output and performance. If this is news to you, I'm sorry. You'll find out soon enough. So what we found during the pandemic was there was a massive increase in remote hiring because you kind of had to. And many organizations who had CEOs who wanted to be liked and loved said, that's it, we're going full remote for the end of time. And about 10% of those actually still do that, but whatever. So with that came the understanding that the issue in corporate America around managers not being able to deal with employees underperforming results in people being able to do multiple jobs. Now, it's not just the manager's fault. It's not just a training issue with them. It's not just HR's fault, okay? There is an aspect of bureaucratic enablement. And that is to say, firing people is a lot of work. Now, I'm going to pause there for a moment and interject a personal opinion, which is that's a good thing. I believe in strong labor and workforce protections. However, this creates a system in which it is difficult to deal with somebody who is underperforming. Because as a manager, your first question is this a performance issue? Are they failing to ramp up? What's going on here? Is it just that I've got a candidate who's not suited to the role, or the case that they just need to be educated better? So what most managers do is they just try harder. Good, well-meaning managers put in time and effort to help that employee improve. Then they realize this isn't going to work. So again, you're at like several months of coaching and development at this point. So now we have to go into the multi-step performance improvement plan, the good old PIP. Well, that takes time because now you have to go and document all the conversations you had and go through that whole PIP process, and that's no fun. The net result is it takes a minimum of 6 months if you haven't caught somebody in the probationary phase, if your organization has such a thing. It's going to take an average of 6 months to get that person back out of your organization. And then, uh-oh, now we have a downturn in tech. There's a hiring freeze in place. No, managers, you're not going to get that backfill because we want that money back. So if you lose an employee, the finance department and our shareholders thank you for your contribution. So what is the unintended consequence of doing this? tolerating low performance. Because again, with these folks that are doing the job stacking, it's not the case that they're intentionally trying to do a bad job. They're just trying to do 8 jobs when, realistically, they can only really do 2 well at the same time in corporate America. So the question is, what does this have to do with a cash-hungry military dictatorship constantly on the lookout for money-making schemes? Well, that leads us to Act 2. My friend Ben. First of all, Ben is the name of a stolen identity. I'm using this name, and I'm not providing a last name, because there are actually a lot of Bens. I read one article where they had let go so many people associated with this scheme and realized that 3 out of 4 of them were all named Ben. I don't know why, but they got to calling them the Bens, which I thought was kind of funny. So the thing is Ben is the name of a stolen identity. So the person the Bens refer to is indeed a real person, generally alive, somewhere in the United States. Now, that stolen identity, they may or may not know that this is happening. I did read a comment on a blog post about this topic where some commenter said, oh yeah, I don't work in technology. This happened to me. I'm getting all kinds of paperwork and sometimes paychecks for jobs that I don't have, which I found to be very funny. But let's talk about Ben. What do we know about Ben? Well, Ben's a bit of a prodigy. Ben was hired right out of college as a lead engineer in Silicon Valley companies. That's impressive. So he spent his time cutting his teeth in the places that middle America corporate IT looks at and says, boy, would I love to have one of those engineers on staff. He leaves SoCal and has since held several principal engineer roles conveniently at companies in my vertical. This is great. What a great candidate. Now, for reasons that I don't completely understand, he leaves that tenure of direct employment behind and signs up to be a contractor instead at the second largest contract firm in the tri-state area. Okay? Which is to say, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Why, when you have access to the salary, the stability, the benefits, options and equity, all those things, why are they doing this? Strangely enough, the contract firms don't seem interested in knowing the answer to that question. They're just super excited that they've got somebody of this caliber that can help them prove their value to their clients. So let's get to know Ben a little bit better. First of all, Ben moves a lot. And the time he moves is generally between the time he gets assigned to a company and when he needs to get started, because something inevitably happens. His significant other takes a job in a different state. A bunch of his friends go here and they want a room together. The excuses for the movement are endless and varied. But they all have one thing in common. Ben always moves before his laptop arrives. Okay? Now, if you haven't figured out why yet, it's because it's a stolen identity. If you shipped it to the actual address on that resume, the wrong person is receiving the laptop. So that laptop has to get shipped somewhere else. But that's okay. Ben gets plugged in, his laptop's working good, gets up to speed, might join your Zoom calls, your team calls maybe. But he doesn't talk much about his personal life, which that's okay. You know, I'm standing in a room full of cybersecurity professionals. Some percentage of you are people who are really, really introverted and never, ever, ever talk about your personal lives. And you are fantastic professionals, and I thank you. So you don't stand out on teams like this. His camera's always off, but of course, when you work on a highly demoralized team, that's what everybody does. You know, because, you know, then nobody is seen making faces and rude gestures toward the camera, as may happen on these calls. Ben's not particularly responsive, despite the fact that he is on shore, as we would say in North America. Typically, he gets back to you within about 4 hours. Now, his manager's not, like, real happy about that, but, you know, Ben generally kind of sort of eventually gets the work done. And the work is fine. Now, I've heard in some cases managers saying, oh my gosh, no, we can't let this person go, they're amazing, right? That happens too, and other times. So there's a spectrum of performance as you find in any labor pool. Ben does frequently miss meetings. His cat, God bless his poor little cat, always coming down with some sort of an illness. And when it's not his cat, it's his girlfriend's cat. And I am using his and him because, to my knowledge, we have not seen somebody who identifies as female in these types of schemes. It's always been men. Now, the other problem is Ben's manager is really busy. If you look at an org chart, he has a bunch of staff engineers who probably take up most of his time, and then a huge amount of contractors. So the ability for his manager to provide meaningful oversight simply isn't there. And in the case of contractors, if you're a manager, again, you make rational decisions as a manager. Where do you spend your time investing in people? And the reality is you don't spend your time investing in contractors, you know, personal growth and development and team cohesion and things like that, right? You know, in many cases I've seen managers who do a fantastic job working with and managing contractors, and I see others who treat them as a JIRA machine where tickets go in and work comes out the other end, and we generally just don't talk to them as long as that continues to happen. I think that's a bit dehumanizing and unfortunate, but it certainly does happen. So Ben is settled in. He's doing his work, mostly. He's showing up here and there. But something's going on in the background here. So you remember what I said earlier about the problem of job stacking and subbing. Now, subbing in most organizational contexts is something you really don't want to happen. It is bad, bad, bad. Your data is now at some other firm in the hands of somebody you don't know, and that's a bad thing. Job stacking, like, I don't know, like that to me feels like more of an HR and performance issue, right? I wouldn't decry anybody who decides to go drive for Uber in their off hours, despite having a full-time job, right? I don't know. If you can swing two jobs, who am I to say that that's bad? Obviously, there's concern about data spillage, data leakage, and things like that. But most of these, you know, the YouTubers, the guides, and things like that, they do a pretty good job of explaining why you want to keep all of that separated, which for me as a security professional, I really appreciate. Like, thank you. Thank you for not taking the Zoom call from the other corporation's computer, okay? Good on you. So if you're doing that, just do a good job of keeping that separated, okay? That's all I'm saying. But I've got a team of people who are on the lookout for these kinds of things because, like I said, they pose a bit of a risk. So I've got an insider team who's hunting for these subs and these stackers, and we're doing so primarily through technical means, okay? Like I said, we're looking for things like new accounts downloading VPN and remote management tools. That's usually a sign of two things. One, the person is doing this type of job chicanery, or they fancy themselves kind of a techie and want to have Proton VPN and remote into their system with TeamViewer and AnyDesk and all this kind of nonsense. They're IT people that, at least if you're in an organization that's very heavily regulated, you don't get to stand out that way. You don't get special tools. Sorry, like that's not allowed, right? So we're looking for things like that because we want to root out certain types of behaviors that kind of run the gamut. We're looking again for those long-running web conferencing sessions. We've been hunting for KVM over IP USB device identifiers. There's a couple of really popular ones on the market, TinyPilot being one of them. There's like an endless long tail of cheap overseas manufactured ones. But if you kind of go on Amazon and pick out some of those top ones, you can find people using KVM over IP devices. And if you have system management tools or EDR tools that can do device querying and discovery and things like that, you can find these things. Obviously looking for your typical anomalous out-of-country logins. So everything from geo IP discrepancies to impossible travel, things like that. And then one of the other things that we were looking at was things that look like corporate network peers, okay? So if you think about your home network, and I know all of you have really cool home network setups that you're going to brag to me about, because everybody's got them. Realistically, you might have 2, 3, 4 corporate issued devices on your LAN. Maybe you, maybe your spouse, maybe another person, maybe you're rooming with a few people, but like that total count of corporate managed systems is fairly small. The rest of what is seen in terms of like broadcast announcements, DNS names, and things like that on your local LAN are things like Chris Merkel's MacBook Pro and tablets and all this consumer grade stuff. If it's a Windows laptop or a Windows desktop, it's called laptop dash string of letters and characters, right? Most people, when they have a personally owned device, don't go and use what looks like a corporate naming convention to call your computer workstation 38721, right? So if you're kind of good at data analysis, you can start to look at network peers to understand how many corporate devices all kind of show up in the same place. Now, why would you look for such a thing? Well, for those people that are job stacking, you would expect to see a higher quantity of corporate assets on somebody's local LAN. Now, I do want to state that you can't, you have to understand the legal boundaries, right? If you're carrying out an Nmap scan or a vulnerability scan from the standpoint of a local machine, your lawyers may have a problem with you. However, there is a ton of broadcast traffic that occurs on a typical LAN that hits the Ethernet interface of your corporate managed asset that you may be able to take advantage of. I'm being non-specific because there's not like a good playbook for doing this. You have to understand your tools, their capabilities, and things like that, and determine whether you're capable of doing something like that. So generally, my subs, my stackers, they're usually tripping 1 or 2 of these detections. Ben caught them all. And that was wild. Now, at this point, I don't know that I've got a DPRK person. I've just got somebody who just lit up like a Christmas tree. And in case you're wondering, the AI slop images that I'm using, I have used Google Translate on all of the Korean, and most of it is actual Korean words. If you speak Korean and you're reading that and going, what on earth does that mean? I don't know, but most of it is syntactically correct. So, having found somebody who, like I said, really lit us up, this is where our friendship begins. Or I should say it's more of a parasocial relationship. So we start to dig in. We look at Ben's resume. His years of service don't add up. Either he's not telling the truth, or he is much older than he appears to be, and I want to know his skincare routine. It doesn't make sense. Criminal background check, generally clean. Good. Now, in some organizations, you can get workforce history reports, like Equifax work number and things like that. That history report does not match the resume. Now, again, that's not the most damning bit of evidence, because people lie on their resumes all the time. Okay? What's interesting is LinkedIn profiles less than a year old despite having worked in tech since what I think is the age of 8, if I do the numbers. Most of his pictures look like stock photos, so there's a lot of shots from far away that show engagement in like fun and interesting activities, but like they're far enough away that you don't get a whole lot of facial detail. You know, reverse image search, great for that kind of stuff. We find out much more about Ben than Ben's generally willing to disclose to his team on calls, which is neat. It's fun to really get to know people. Ben likes to ski. Interestingly enough, despite being inside the United States his whole life, he owns a ski jacket that's only available for sale in Australia and Singapore. That's kind of neat. Good for him. Like eBay hunting? I don't know. But then that picture from his ski trip to Colorado, which is a closer, you know, face very visible pic. Who's played GeoGuessr before, by show of hands? Awesome, awesome. I have a son who's really good at GeoGuessr. So I love that y'all do this. GeoGuessr, you can play it at work. It's a real job skill if you're in threat intelligence. You heard it from me, you tell your manager, okay? The ski trip in Colorado, we GeoGuessed to be a mountain in China. So that's interesting. And then, of course, more reverse image searching finds more GitHub profiles, LinkedIn profiles, personal websites, portfolio-style websites, and things like that, that all share the same picture and name. So now we're left wondering, who am I dealing with here, right? We're starting to zero in on a hypothesis that I might just have a DRPK actor in my environment. So where is Ben? So the laptop does indeed geolocate to the new city, the city he moved to, 3 to 4 states away. And this is where OSINT matters. The shipping address yields different names associated with the house, obtained by publicly accessible property records. Again, maybe you're renting, and that is completely normal. Okay? But doing some more OSINT on the actual property owner, you see criminal records, civil judgments, all kinds of stuff. Like the person who actually like owns this house, a little bit sketchy. At a certain, and the other thing is we don't see them as looking like an investment property owner. We don't see in the large metropolitan area, you know, multiple active ownership of property. We only see one person owning one property at a time. But the laptop actually moves across town. And now if this was a rental situation, you would expect that the destination address would have a different owner than where they came from, but they don't. They have the same owner. So that lends additional credence to the idea that this person, this laptop is in the possession of the person who owns the property. Another thing you can get from your laptops in your environment is snapshots of all the Wi-Fi networks around you. So you can get the BSSIDs, the MAC addresses, signal strength, all those kinds of things. And I have found that most threat intel organizations that are really worth their salt still are kind of sometimes sleeping on the Google Location Services API. Because if you have an Android phone and you have nothing but Wi-Fi available to you, you can still be geolocated. So there's a publicly available geolocation services API. You can feed it the list of SSIDs, signal strengths, things like that, and get a fairly accurate location. And in our case, that location services, based on the surrounding networks, located them in the general vicinity of that property address. So I had a pretty good handle on saying, because I'll tell you, like, generally from a privacy perspective, as a corporation, systematic collection of location data on laptops, generally frowned upon. I don't advocate doing that as a wholesale, regular, routine kind of a thing, okay? I think it results in a lot of ethical and privacy concerns. But we say to ourselves, okay, I think we have a laptop farm. Now, this next picture here is one of the few that is not AI generated. This is a picture of an actual laptop farm. I actually kind of cropped the image. It's twice as large as this. This comes by way of the DOJ. And what happens is, in this scheme, you can't take a laptop and ship it overseas. It'll get noticed. It'll get caught. It'll be found out at some point or another, hopefully in organizations, right? So people are recruited, often by a telegram, to operate laptop farms. It is not clear to me in reviewing some of these solicitations whether the person knows at the beginning that they are involved in a criminal scheme with the most sanctioned country on the planet, okay? Obviously, most people aren't going to respond to an ad that says, do you want to support the weapons program of our dear leader? Okay? They did the A/B testing. It just doesn't work. Okay? Instead, it's vague language about offshore contracting and facilitating, and some of them even get into data tenancy, and things like that. They've got all kinds of kind of flimsy excuses. So if you are a person who is in need of additional income, and who isn't, you're going to get roped into something like this. Generally speaking, you have about up to 50 laptops maintained by that local farmer, and they've got a distinct set of job responsibilities. They're monitoring all these laptops, what's going on them. They're ensuring that VPNs stay connected back to the corporation. They make sure that the mouse jigglers are there. They're installing remote management tools. Those are generally preferred first because they can be configured for unattended access. Obviously, if you set up a Teams call or a Zoom call or something like that, that takes a little more care and feeding to keep up and running and make sure the screen sharing is working and things like that. But they're there really to just facilitate the remote access into those machines and make sure that they're up and running. Laptop farmers generally take a cut of the take-home pay for each worker. In this case, this is from a person who was recently sentenced to 8 years and a significant monetary judgment for operating this laptop farm. This person, kind of clueless, they went on TikTok to complain about their boss one day and tell him how good the acai bowl was from the place down the street, while the laptop farm was in the background on TikTok. Now, if you ask me whether somebody of that caliber should be sentenced to 8 years, I think that's a good open question. So you found a Ben. What do you do about it? Well, you got to make some decisions. Do you need to collect forensic evidence? Or are you willing to just cut that laptop off and walk away? You as an organization, you have to decide what's more valuable to you, what your regulatory and risk drivers are. It is a business and risk management decision, not a technical decision. So you got to bring the right people in. You're going to want to do an internal access review. You're going to need to work with HR, law, privacy, and things like that. You're going to need to know how and whether you're going to engage with law enforcement and things like that. If you decide to go the Intel route, have a plan for quarantining and bricking. Prepare for when they call the help desk. Otherwise, the help desk will just try to help them. That's not good. Getting them to join from a personal phone is going to be tricky. They're not going to want to give that up if you've quarantined the laptop. However, they are often willing to ship laptops back. And I was just talking to somebody yesterday who said that sometimes when they know the jig is up, they'll ask for the last paycheck in exchange for the laptop, which I think, yeah, you got to hand it to them. So that's what ends up happening. And the thing is like, they're not in there rampaging when they know the jig is up. Like, they're just in there to do work. They're there to collect a paycheck. They are not the part of the North Korean cyber folks who are there to cause havoc and steal and do all those kinds of things. This is simply a money-making opportunity, just like all the other harebrained ones the Kim regime is engaged in. So, on to solutions here. So that takes us to Act 3. Act 3, trust issues. Helping people bring their authentic selves to work. The gold standard here is in-person stuff. Now, the second I say that, everybody thinks to themselves, oh no, our corporate overlords are absolutely not going to be okay with that, because the second I have to pay money to fly somebody in for interviews, I'm adding, a minimum of $1,000, per interview, right? Okay, well, then don't do that. Do it after you've hired somebody. Well, yeah, but that still costs money. Okay, I get that. So, but I'll tell you what. I stated earlier that this is not a problem that is best solved through technology. It is a problem best solved through process. And that process is do strong in-person identity validation. If you do that, the likelihood of you having this problem goes down drastically. Okay? Now, some bright engineer might say, oh, I know, we have all these new document verification services. Yes, we do. And we also have a Telegram channel where I can pay $10 to generate an ID that passes all of those. Okay? Those know your customer document verification things, if you rely on them, I am sorry. Maybe they work for your threat scenarios. They don't work for this one. The address change. You need to have visibility into your business process. And oh my gosh, I am so happy right now. As a quick aside, everybody in the audience for being here, you all get North Korean flags. As a speaker, I am given the opportunity to make one outrageous request, and that is to have North Korean flags handed out to all of you. So let's give it up for the people at BSides for being super awesome. Thank you. So enjoy your handout.
Dear Damon, we'd like to thank you for participating in the glorious economic activity of our fully American conference. There is no association with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea or any other. We are all happy and productive workers here.
Thank you.
All our volunteers are well fed.
So that address change is a red flag, but that means you have to get in the middle of the hiring processes of your contractors. That means you have to get your contractors on board to stop what they're doing when that happens. But if you can't do that document verification, stopping that laptop shipment is huge. It's critical, okay? Increase that due diligence of your contracting partners. Most of this hiring is happening through contract firms and cutouts. It's not usually happening happening through direct employment, although they try. Do not necessarily rely on your contract firms to do these background checks, review resumes, and things like that. At least if you have high-risk positions, identify what those are that have contract staff in them and do those reviews yourself. Make sure they make sense, because so many of these resumes have are just littered with contextual red flags. And then finally, if you have people in high sensitivity positions, maybe consider the use of a hardware security token like a FIDO key. Because if you're a laptop farmer, having to go around and like constantly tap that FIDO key whenever you need to carry out a high-risk interaction with a technology system in your environment, that's a huge, huge mess, right? That's gonna suck, okay? If you can do that, first of all, if you can do that in general for high-risk transactions in your environment, please do so. But if you have to like scope it, at least do it for those offshore contractors. And then finally, there are some technical indicators we talked about. Those long-running calls, the installation and use of remote access tools, in particular within the first 14 days of hiring. Watch out for browser and IDE plugins if you can. A lot of them, just like everybody else, like to use AI. And then, of course, for like the subs and stackers, go to r/overemployed, understand what they're doing, and you know, maybe you can work on that too. So like I said, focus on business process, not technology solutions. I know you are all technologists, but I'm asking you to work internally across your organization to solve this problem, because that's where it happens, is in that partnership with HR and law and those other partners, okay? If you have the opportunity, educate and manage your environment, what those red flags look like. Form that collaboration. So with that, the last thing I want to say here is that I did this in the style of the show, This American Life, which is found on National Public Radio. We have seen a significant devaluation of public media in this country. So, you know, I will ask you to wave your flags, but more importantly, what I ask you to do is support public media. How many of you listen to Darknet Diaries? If there was not This American Life, there would not be the Darknet Diaries you're listening to today. Public media fuels innovation and knowledge, and I strongly recommend that you give it the support that it's due. So with that, I'm at time, and I'm not going to be able to take questions because I can't give off-the-cuff responses to some of these things, but even better, we can have some out there conversations. So I'm going to head out there, and anybody who wants to talk certainly can. And there are a lot of flags available, so please take one.
In true democratic People's Republic fashion, you are all now part of the economic output of this conference, and you must assemble your own flags if you want to go to happy hour later.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas Breaking Ground. This talk will be given by Tarada Yu. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors Adobe and Aikido, and our golden sponsors Formal and Dropzone AI. It is their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. Enjoy the talk.
Okay, thank you for introducing and thank you for giving me a wonderful opportunity to talk about my research for the first time. Today's talk title is Shedding Light on Web Isolation Technologies and Their Bypass Techniques. So I will focus on web isolation. That is not so familiar solutions, so that's why I hope you enjoy it. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Terada, security researcher for Fujitsu, and 5 years as a security analyst for a bank, and 3 years as a security researcher, and a speaker for Black Hat and Code Blue and so on. And sometimes I do internal red teaming and cyber exercise. Today's talk is based on the experience for a security analyst for a bank, because that bank is used web isolation technology. So that's why today's talk is based on the security analyst for a bank. This is the outline of my talk. First, I will talk about web isolation technology. So what is the web isolation technology and what is the threats for web isolation technology? And the second, I will talk about email exploit technique. So what kind of technique exists and what kind of malware or actors you abuse email. And the third one is a demonstration of my developed tool, Outlook C2. And the last one is how to mitigate and detect such kind of attack technique. This is outline. Okay, so let me talk what is a web isolation technology. So web isolation technology, if I explain this solution in one word, it's a kind of virtual browser. So web isolation technology ensures secure web browsing by executing a web content in a remote and isolated environment. So users interact with a safe visual image of a web page. So this is a graph, a visual image of web isolation. So without web isolation, then malicious web content like malicious JavaScript or malware can be reached to end users directly. But with web isolation technology, just only visual image can be reached to end users. So that's why users just only interact with visual image only. So that's why malware or malicious web JavaScript cannot be reached to web end users. So that is the biggest advantage of web isolation. And actually, in my opinion, web isolation is one of the strongest cybersecurity solutions to protect end users. It's in my opinion. But so let me explain why it's so secure. So the biggest advantage is HTTPS or HTTP traffic from clients can be blocked by firewall. So as I mentioned, just only visual image is only transferred to end users. So that's why end users does not need to communicate with internet over HTTP or HTTPS. So that's why we can add the deny firewall, we can add the deny rule of HTTP or HTTPS by firewall. So that is the biggest advantage. So that's why typical attacks such as downloading malware through HTTP by Word file like macro or VBA, almost all of them can be blocked by firewall. So that is the biggest advantage. And actually, when I worked for a bank as a security analyst, actually most security alerts of a workstation were closed due to no impact as HTTP requests were blocked by the firewall. So that's why I think it is one of the strongest cybersecurity solution in my opinion. Actually, there is a disadvantages as well because One is a little bit response time is a little bit slow. So just only visual image is transferred to end users. So that's why compared to direct HTTP communication, it's a little bit slower. So that is a disadvantage. And web scraping is not possible under web isolation technology because HTTPS traffic is blocked by firewall. So that's why web scraping is blocked, or we need to ask firewall guides to allow that domain on firewall. So that is a disadvantage. And also installation is difficult. So these days, most software installers require internet access during setup. So that's why so we need to prepare offline installer under web isolation technology. So that's why they are kind of disadvantage. And also from my past experiments, not related to web isolation, but I had an experience to have a development laptop with no external connectivity except for email. So when I worked for a bank and when I developed a banking system. So that, of course, I would like to do browsing. In such cases, I need to check the error message for my email, and I need to send the email content by my development laptop by email. So yeah, it's very old type development style, but yeah, such developed style existed in the past and I experienced in the past. So that's why I would like to say, yeah, still, yeah, it's a cloud and AI is getting common, but there's a working environment that communication is mainly done by email. So there are kind of web isolation products by many vendors like Symantec or Cloudflare or ForcePoint or Menlo Security and so on. There are a couple of web isolation vendors. Okay, so then what organization use web isolation technology? So I think, yeah, bank or government and also hospital and legal and so on use this kind of technology. Usually they tend to handle sensitive data and also traditional and large organization there. So the reason is web isolation technology is not so very easy solution. I mean, it takes time and cost and effort to introduce it. So that's why I think, yeah, the large organizations that have enough effort to spend in cybersecurity and they prioritize cybersecurity is important. So such organizations tend to introduce such web isolation technology. And also many non-technical staff working. So they are non-technical staff working. So that's why their IT literacy is not so high. So that's why, for example, banking staff and so on, they are easily tricked into clicking malicious URL or a phishing site or something. So that's why to protect such non-technical staff workers from malware or something, this solution is effective, I think. So that's why bank and government tend to use this solution. And also they prefer to use traditional and standard tools like Outlook or Microsoft Office, not G Suite or Gmail and so on. Okay, then, so what is not threat for web isolation technology? This was my job to consider what was threat and what was not threat to attack web isolation technology. So as I mentioned, downloader and C2 malware through HTTP or HTTPS is not a threat because it can be blocked by firewall. And also domain fronting as well. I don't talk in detail, but if you are red teamers or something, you may be familiar with domain fronting, but it's a kind of a technique to bypass network filters by impersonating true destination of HTTPS traffic. So this graph shows the domain fronting. So domain fronting usually use cloud vendors, in this case, Google Cloud, and malicious traffic first goes to cloud vendors like Google, and in this case, Google, and cloud vendors redirect that traffic to true destination of a malicious one. So that's why cloud vendors domains in front and in the back there is a malicious domain. So that's why I think this technique is called domain fronting. And actually it was the biggest threat for web isolation technologies because I mentioned under web isolation technology, all HTTPS traffic can be blocked by firewall, but technically it's not true because we need to allow some domains even under web isolation technology. For example, Microsoft. If we block the traffic to Microsoft on firewall, then we cannot use Microsoft service like Microsoft Office or Outlook and so on. So that's why domain fronting abuse this one. I mean, malicious traffic goes to Microsoft Azure first, and Microsoft Azure transfer that traffic to malicious domain. So that's why it was biggest threat to attack web isolation technology. But I think these days cloud vendors have addressed this issue, so it's reducing its effectiveness. So on the contrary, what is the threat for web isolation technology? So first is malware without C2 communication. It might be possible, maybe ransomware, but though it's very rare and it's difficult because most malwares use downloader or C and C communication. So such independent malware might be possible, but a little bit difficult, I think. And also malware using DNS. DNS works even web isolation technologies, but I think there are many security solutions to analyze and block malicious DNS like Zscaler and FortiGuard and so on. So that's why it might be possible, but maybe not so effective in my opinion. And the last one is malware using SMTP and IMAP. This is the one I would like to talk about by this talk, because SMTP is one of the protocols that is allowed for inbound and outbound communication. So I would like to focus on this one by this talk. Okay, so next I would like to talk about email exploitation technique by malware and threat actors. This is the top malware communication ports. So as you may know, most adversaries and malware use HTTP or HTTPS and DNS. So this is data of Netscope in 2023. And Netscope reported that most malware used HTTP or HTTPS for C and C communications. And the second most commonly used port was DNS. So I can say most adversaries or malwares use HTTP or HTTPS and DNS. So I would like to say SMTP and IMAP can be overlooked as potential channels for collection or data exfiltration and C communication. And C2 framework as well. So most C2 framework use HTTP or DNS TCP for listeners, for protocols. So like Metasploit and Cobalt Strike, Sliver, and Havoc, all of them use HTTP, HTTPS, TCP, and SMB, and so on. So no IMAP or SMTP is supported. Okay, so then why malware use HTTPS protocol? Of course, first I think it's fast and stable. So, and it's easy to hide malicious traffic because of much legitimate traffic. So not so suspicious to upload or download large files over HTTP. And of course, outbound traffic is usually allowed in my current company as well, because we need to do browsing to keep our business and so on. So that's why usually outbound traffic is usually allowed, but it's not true even, under web isolation technology. So that's why HTTPS traffic is not so effective to attack web isolation technology. Okay, so also less common than HTTP and HTTPS. Some malwares and adversaries abuse email techniques and SMTP. Technique is MITRE defines email collection technique. And the adversary is Lazarus and APT28 and so on abuse email. It's mainly for data exfiltration. And the malware is Ocean Map and Agent Tesla and Emotet abuse email. Okay, this is the MITRE framework. MITRE framework identifies 3 email collection sub-techniques. One is local email collection. As you may know, email box, it contains a lot of sensitive data. So that's why actors, malware adversaries, collect sensitive data from Outlook inbox. And the remote email collection is a similar one. And last one is email forwarding rule. So malwares and adversaries set up email forwarding rule to steal future emails as a kind of persistence. So they are kind of email collection technique MITRE defines. And ACTA as well, APT28, it's a Russian state-sponsored cyber espionage group targeting government and military sectors. As a last step, they dropped a malware called Ocean Map, and they use Ocean Map which connects to IMAP C2 servers and communicate via IMAP. This is a screenshot that malware researcher published on his blog. As you can see, it is a dir directory command was executed and it is saved in an email box as a mail, like this. And this is a system info command. Sorry, a little bit small, but yeah, a system info command was executed and it was saved in an email box. And this email was used to communicate with C2 servers. And this one is the ipconfig command. It was executed and it was also saved to email box. So I can say Ocean Map use IMAP for C2 communication. And this one is the most similar one that I will give a demonstration later. Okay, and also Agent Tesla as well. Agent Tesla is a malware that acts as a keylogger and information stealer. It's targeting credentials and system data. And they use SMTP. Yeah, they use SMTP to send stolen data via email attachments. And the last one is Emotet. It's a famous, I think it's a very famous malware. And Emotet case, it's a little bit tricky pattern, but yeah, it's Emotet spreads via phishing emails, phishing email with malicious attachment or links. And it allows attackers to load additional payloads and steal sensitive information like emails or email server credentials. And it also turns infected devices into spam bots to send spam emails for worm-like activity. So they they turn device into spam bots to do lateral movement for another organization. So that's why Emotet can be a tricky pattern, but I think I can say Emotet is also one of the malware that abuse email. Okay, and also C2 tools as well. So not so many tools, unlike, so there are not so many tools exist that's exploiting emails for communication, but there are a couple of tools. Like first one is Bad Outlook. This one is the most similar, I think, for my tool, of my tools. It's a simple POC which uses Outlook application to execute shellcode. And it's the most similar, but not specific for web isolation technology. So I can say my research is enhanced and analyze the activity in terms of web isolation technology. And the Sharp Gmail Sheets as well. It abuses Gmail process, not Outlook, but yeah, Gmail process for C2 communication via SMTP and IMAP. And the next one is Azure Outlook C2. It uses the Microsoft Graph API for C2 communication via HTTPS protocol, not SMTP, but yeah, it's also similar. And the Sans article as well. It's C2 communication through Outlook. So these are my related research, I can say. Okay, so next I will going to give a demonstration of my developed tool, Outlook C2. Okay, but before that, let me quickly introduce component object model. So component object model is a Microsoft technology allowing software components to interact. So Microsoft exposes some software as a component object model objects to combine different soft parts together. So they expose Outlook or Office products or Edge and so on to communicate from, to control or to communicate from a different process. So this my tool used this component object model. So as I mentioned, Outlook exposes its functionality through component object model. So that's thanks to that, it enables native tools like PowerShell or .NET to get and send emails via Outlook process. So this is this is a POC data, POC code to get email box contents by PowerShell. So just only 3 lines, I can get the inbox Outlook processed inbox content, creating an instance by Outlook, and by this code I can get an inbox of the Outlook process. So thanks to that, the key advantage is I can do task automation and integration without additional software. So when I worked for a bank, we created a ticket based on detection email like EDR or SIEM and so on. So we couldn't use REST API because HTTPS traffic is blocked by firewall. So that's why we automate such ticketing system using Outlook process. So thanks to that, yeah, we can automate some tasks using Outlook process. But of course, I can use it in a bad way as well. So I think I can use it for C2 communication. So this is an overview of Outlook C2 that I developed. So it's 3 steps. So first, Outlook Beacon, it's monitoring Outlook process for new emails by PowerShell. And the C2 servers send commands like who am I and so on to client via email. And then Outlook Beacon executes that commands and returns the result to C2 servers using Outlook process. This is the overview of Outlook C2. So it's better to give a play a movie of my short demonstration. So yeah, and also I cannot prepare a web isolation technology because I don't have it. So that's why I added a deny HTTP and HTTPS traffic rule by Windows host firewall to simulate web isolation technology. So let me play the short movie. Give me a second. Okay. This is the client and the victim side of Windows, and this is the attacker side. So, and Outlook Beacon is running. Okay, and send a command like system info task list in a mail body. Then this beacon is analyzing and executing that command, system info and task list, and return the result back to C2 servers, mail servers, and I can get it. And it can be saved in an email like this. And to simulate more interactive shell, I developed such a graphical user interface to simulate interactive shell. So send task list or IP config or net user and system info. And then it is that command is executing, and that result is displayed in this visual GUI tools. And also we can upload some additional payload as well, like recon script I'm uploading, and I can execute that recon script as an additional module. So executing recon PowerShell scripts and send it. Then this recon PowerShell script is running on client side, victim side, and it returns the result, like what kind of antivirus is running and what kind of process is running, and so on. So that's why I can say this tool can upload or download some additional module as well. So, and also I think this technique is very good with steganography. So steganography is a kind of technique that malware hides the malicious content into visual image. So the previous email, in the mail body, there is a system info or IP config command in the email body. So that's why user may think this is very suspicious, right? So that's why I think it can be good to combine with steganography. So I can spoofing like an advertisement email. So I can create an advertisement email and embed some malicious command into this ping file. Then Outlook C2 beacon analyze that ping file and execute that command, like IP config and who am I and so on. And then even user noticed such email, but this one is a kind of spoofing advertisement email, like looking for a laptop that works as hard as you do. So I think most users ignore such advertisement email, but in the background, Outlook C2 beacon analyzing that steganography's email and executing that command and send the result back to the C2 servers. So yeah, this is in the ping file. It is just a normal laptop. So that's why probably users don't think it is suspicious. So that's why I can say this technique is very good with steganography. Okay, this is a short demonstration movie of my tools. And let me go back to the slide. Okay, okay, this is the process flow of Outlook C2. So first, disable it might not be necessary, but just in case, disable notification, and then monitoring Outlook process. And the third, communication, so it executes commands and returns the results via Outlook process. So it uses launched Outlook process, so that's why no authentication required. And the last one is cleanup, remove emails from the inbox and outbox, just in case. And the server side is just simple, just GUI interface for sending commands and receiving responses. I didn't demonstrate all of them, but there are other commands as well, like upload and downloads, and list folders and get folders. And also you can search keyword in an email box as a C2 command, and also forward as a persistence. Okay, and yeah, this is a MITRE technique. So I combined a couple of MITRE techniques like execution or correction and command and control and exfiltration into that C2 tools. Okay, and this is a network traffic on client side. So as I mentioned, I added a HTTP and HTTPS deny rule on the Windows firewall, but this C2 communication can possible because this C2 tool uses SMTP and IMAP. So that's why HTTP deny or HTTPS deny, it doesn't matter. And yeah, next I would like to compare this tool with general reverse shells. So reverse shell has 3 steps usually. As you may know first, reverse shell sends a request to C2 servers regularly. And the second, C2 server responds with some commands or other instructions, like who am I or ipconfig and so on. And as a last step, reverse shell executes that commands and return the results back to C2 servers. This is a general behavior of reverse shells. And the first step, first step is different. So reverse shell need to send a request to C2 servers regularly. But Outlook C2 first step is different. So it's just monitoring out process only for new emails. So that's why no traffic unless C2 servers send commands. So I can say Outlook C2 is similar to bind shell, but bind shell is usually used for lateral movement only because bind shell needs inbound traffic. But usually inbound traffic is usually blocked by firewall. So that's why bind shell is usually used for lateral movements in the domain. But in this case, I use email for inbound traffic, and email is allowed for inbound traffic as well. So that's why it's possible to do like a bind shell Outlook C2. And this is a process tree of reverse shell. This is, I think antivirus or EDR detects the most is when it executes that process or some process writes some files into the disk and so on. And this is a process tree that I executed the reverse shell generated by Metasploit. So usually C2 reverse shell write files by malware itself for additional payloads like this. This is a reverse shell, and this malware itself write another module like testupload.exe as a disk operations. Of course, you can change the parent process by migrating to another process or injecting, but then injection itself can be often detected by antivirus or EDR. So that's why antivirus or EDR often detects malware during file write operations. And Outlook C2, this is a Outlook C2 process tree. So in this case, Outlook itself write another module like this. So it's normal behavior for Outlook because Outlook need to send some data to disk, of course. So that's why it's natural behavior, so making detections more difficult, I think. And so in summary, that is the key threat points of Outlook C2. So it operates even in isolated environments like web isolation. And it's low traffic. That is the main key threat point, I think. And also low traffic. So as I mentioned, communication occurs only when C2 servers send commands only. And also upload and downloads via Outlook is legitimate, not so suspicious and unusual. And I utilize steganography technique, making it harder for users to identify suspicious emails. So more difficult for antivirus or users to detect, I think. Of course, there is a disadvantage as well. First is a little bit slower compared to HTTPS. I think it's a protocol issue, so I cannot help it. And email notification may trigger pop-up, and the user may notice it. In this case, as I demonstrated, I think impersonating advertisement emails that users most likely ignore using steganography is one of the good countermeasure, I think. And also logs remain on mail server and easy for investigation. In this case, I think encrypting email body could be a countermeasure. And also steganography, using steganography is one of the countermeasure. And the last one is mail security services like DLP may block it, especially to personal domains. In this case, adversaries may use legitimate domain addresses stolen from botnets like Emotet. These days I heard that most phishing mails comes from legitimate domain. So that's why it's this DLP or something may be good way, but it might not be enough, maybe perfect. Okay, last page is last title phrase is mitigation and detection, how to prevent such attacks. Okay, first mitigation is endpoint security. So this is the Outlook option. So I can change the programmatic access security in Outlook option to one about email sending from another process like PowerShell or something. So default settings only triggers warnings if antivirus is inactive or outdated. But if you are red team, as you may know, evasion of Windows Defender is not so very, very difficult. So that's why I don't think it is enough. But in this solution, it might be difficult in environments relying on automated email process. Like as I mentioned, when I worked for a bank, we created a ticket based on detection email. So that's why this endpoint security policy might be difficult in such cases. But yeah, but if not, it's one of the good security solutions. And the second one is email policy. So restrict emails to personal domains like Gmail, Hotmail, and so on. Disadvantage is some teams need to send emails to personal addresses like HR or something. If so, then this mitigation may be difficult. And adversaries, as I mentioned, may use legitimate domain addresses stolen from botnets. Then this solution might not be enough. And also detection rule as well. Actually, not so many detection rules to detect such C2 communication through SMTP, but still some of them exist, like Elastic. So Elastic has a suspicious inter-process communication via Outlook. So this rule might be effective. And Splunk as well, and CrowdStrike. Not so often, but few times, sometimes CrowdStrike detected Outlook seeds behavior as email connection anomaly rules like this. So not every time, but yes, a few times it can detect it. So that's why this is one of the good detection rules, I think. And this one is a custom rule I developed. So as far as I analyzed the behavior of Outlook seeds by process monitor, I noticed that the parent process is service host.exe, and the child process is Outlook, and the argument is embedding arguments. So service host process manages the execution of a component object model. So that's why if we launch Outlook through component object model, the parent process becomes service host. And if we launch Outlook normally by double click or something, then it starts with explorer.exe as a parent process. So that's why I can use this information to detect it. So that's why this is a rule to detect it. So yeah, command lines outlook.exe and the parent process is service host. Then I can pull that execution of Outlook seeds only. And this is a Sigma rule. It's same. Yeah, parent process is service host and Outlook, and yeah, I make it public on my GitHub. So if you have an interest in it, please access to my GitHub page. Okay, this is a summary and takeaway. So I introduced the web isolation technology. So what is web isolation technology, and what kind of threat exists? And the email exploitation technique I introduced, what kind of technique exists, and what kind of attackers and malware abuse email. And I developed a tool, Outlook Seeds and demonstration, demo how Outlook is controlled via component object model for C2 communication. And lastly, I introduced the mitigation detection, endpoint and email policy for mitigations, and detection rules by Sigma rule. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have a question or something, please, I'm still around, so please let me know. Thank you.
few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Formal and Drop Zone AI. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are silent. If you have any questions, use the audience microphone so YouTube can hear you. Make sure to point at the mic in the audience so people know where it is.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. This is actually my first time talking in a conference, so getting to do it here in Vegas, it's like a dream come true. And now, today I'm going to talk about a vulnerability that I have found in Active Directory. And before we start, this vulnerability I found during my research on DMSA. And a few years ago, I also did a research about GMSA. And I now know a lot about MSA, but there is just one thing that I just couldn't figure out, and that is why the D in DMSA and the G in GMSA are lowercase. And at first I thought that this is just because I'm not an English speaker, but I asked a lot of people, and I didn't actually get a response that satisfied me. So I'm telling you this, so just so you know, if during this talk at some point you will ask yourself, why it is written that way, I have no clue. So I'm Yuval Gordon. I'm a security researcher at Akamai, and in the last decade, I've done different roles in cybersecurity, and the one domain that I keep coming back to is Active Directory. And today in Akamai, I'm focused on offensive research. So this is how I got to this vulnerability. That's my X handle, so feel free to follow me or reach out. So the agenda for today, we're going to start with a quick introduction to service accounts. Then we're going to deep dive to DMSA. I'm going to explain exactly what DMSA is, how they work, and where exactly I found the vulnerability. Then I'm going to talk about bad successor, which is a technique that abuses this vulnerability. So in order to explain what a service account is, I'm going to use a story by Elad Shamir. So Elad Shamir has amazing talks where he talks about different things around Kerberos. And I really love the way that he speaks about, explains about Kerberos and the different terms. So I really recommend these talks, but for now I'm just going to summarize the relevant part for us. So in Elad's story, there is this new amusement park, and in this amusement park there are visitors, and those visitors, when they want to come into the park, they get a daily ticket. So this daily ticket is like a TGT in Kerberos. And when a visitor, in the park there are also several rides. So, for example, we have this really cool roller coaster, and each different ride has a ride operator. Now, a ride is like a service. So, for example, that can be a web application, and the ride operator is a service account. This is the main focus of our talk. And when a visitor wants to get on a ride, they can't use their daily ticket. What they need to do is to go to the ticket office and actually get a ticket for the specific ride. So to enter each ride, they need a different ticket. And when they get the ticket to the specific ride they want to enter, they take this ticket to the ride operator. And the ride operator looks at the ticket, they validate it, and the ticket has some information. So it has, for example, the visitor height and age and the different memberships. So maybe this ride is only for the premium, maybe this is a premium ride. So the ride operator will choose whether to allow the visitor to join the ride. So this is basically service accounts, and we have different types of service accounts. So we have the unmanaged type, the legacy kind. And this kind has a lot of security risks. The most major one that legacy service accounts are a target for Kerberos sting attack. So in 2008 and 2012, Microsoft introduced MSA and GMSA. For the sake of our talk, I will just refer to both of them as MSA. It's not really important, the difference between them. But the managed type of account solved the problems that the legacy account had. And so, that was really great, but it has been more than a decade since Microsoft introduced MSA, but still I'm talking about legacy service accounts. So I'm doing this because MSA just didn't take over. Organization still uses today legacy service accounts, and I haven't actually found any organization that don't use legacy service account at all. So the reasons for that, the most major one is that in order for a service to be configured with an MSA, they have to support MSA. And unfortunately, just some services just don't support MSA, so we can't configure MSA for that services. So if our organization uses those services, we can't use MSA for them. And the other reason is if we have a service, an existing service that is currently running with a legacy service account, if we want this service to now use an MSA, we will need to configure a lot of things for the MSA to work exactly like the old service account. We want them to have the same privileges, the same configurations, and this will just take a lot of time from the IT team, and if they will do some mistake, it will result with app downtime. So luckily for us, in 2025, just recently, Microsoft introduced DMSA, or Delegated Managed Service Account. So DMSA is completely new, and it has all of the advantages that the old MSA had, but this time the IT team can just lay back and relax, because Microsoft has introduced a really cool new migration process that lets IT admin take an existing legacy service account and just migrate it into a DMSA. And it doesn't matter if the services that uses this service account support MSA or not. They will all just work with the DMSA, and the IT team doesn't need to do any work, and they don't need to take care of anything. So that's really amazing. So let's talk about this cool migration process. So we can actually divide the migration process into 3 phases. We need to start the migration, then we in the waiting phase, and then we complete the migration. Now, before I actually get into one of those phases, let's look at how authentication looks like before we start the migration. So on our left, we can see an SQL server. I've called this server SQL SRV. And this server is running an SQL service. Now, when the service needs to authenticate in the domain, we have configured it to run with SVC SQL, a legacy service account. So when the service authenticates, it will issue an authentication request with SVC SQL, and the DC will respond with a TGT, which is like the daily ticket in the amusement park. So now let's start the migration. And what happens now is we have a new DMSA that I've called DMSA $, and we have the old legacy service account. And when we start the migration, those 2 accounts are being linked. So each of them is just pointing to the other. And the other thing that happens is that the legacy service account is granted write permission on a specific attribute on the DMSA. So this attribute is a really important one. And what it controls, it actually controls who can authenticate as the DMSA. So in order for a server to authenticate as the DMSA, they have to be listed in this attribute. So in the next slide, I will show how this attribute is being used. So we have configured, we have started the migration, and now we are on the waiting phase. So now when the server wants to authenticate, it will again issue an authentication request, just as before. But and this time again the DC will respond with the TGT, but the response will now have an additional information. So the additional information will say that this user will be soon superseded by the MSA $. Now, when the Kerberos client, which is what actually takes care of the authentication on the SQL server side, when this Kerberos client sees this message, it will just automatically respond with sending an LDAP modification request to the DC, requesting to add the server we are currently working on, which is SQL SRV $, to the attribute that controls who can authenticate as the DMSA. So the result of that will be that this server will now be able to authenticate as the DMSA from now on. So this is why we are on the waiting phase. This phase is for the environment to learn which servers are currently using the legacy service account, so they will all be able to use the DMSA. So now we need to wait. We wait for about a week before we complete the migration. So at this point, we complete the migration, and what happens is that the legacy service account is getting disabled, and some Kerberos configurations are being copied from the legacy service account to the DMSA. And now let's look at the authentication now. So once again, where the server is requesting a TGT, requesting to authenticate as SVC-SQL, but this time the DC responds with an error because this user is now disabled. So this response again has an additional information which says that this user is superseded by the MSA $. Now, when the Kerberos client gets this response, it will just automatically try to authenticate with the MSA $. And because we are listed in the attribute that controls who can authenticate as the DMSA, we will be allowed to authenticate and everything is good. But so everything that I have just shown is from the Microsoft documentation, but there was just one thing that was missing that really bothered me, because the documentation didn't mention privileges at all. And actually, this is really concerning, because if we have a really cool, great migration process, they have to take care of privileges. If the legacy service account had certain privileges, the new DMSA should have exactly the same for the service to work as expected. Now let's talk about privileges in Kerberos. So in Kerberos we have a structure that's called PAC, which is in the Kerberos tickets. So this PAC lists some information about the user, and it also lists the group membership of the user. So it will list every group that the user is a member of. And if we had the SVC-SQL, the legacy service account, and it was a member of several groups, so I have just created a new DMSA, and I have completed the migration, and I checked, and the new DMSA is not a member of any group. So we can expect the PAC of the DMSA to look like this. So this is really bad if that's the case, because that means that the DMSA don't have the same privileges as the legacy service account. So that's a huge problem, but I guess Microsoft engineers have watched Dragon Ball, because they too knew that when a problem is just too big, there is only one solution: fusion. So the PAC of the DMSA actually looks like this. So what happens is when we authenticate as the DMSA, the DC will build the PAC just as before, but this time it will also check if the DMSA is linked to another account. And if so, it will just also build the pack for the superseded account and will merge the two packs. So the new pack will have every group that either the DMSA or the legacy service account was a member of. So that way, we make sure that the DMSA and the DMSA has exactly the same permissions as the legacy service account had. Now, we thought that this mechanism is really great because that means that we can just take privileges of one account and give it to another without changing group membership. So that is really cool, and we wanted to know whether we can abuse it, and we can. But in order to explain how we actually abused it, I'm going to explain how the migration process actually looked like, how we start the migration process. One moment. So according to Microsoft documentation, when we want to start the migration, we need to execute this PowerShell commandlet. Now, we tried executing this PowerShell commandlet by a non-domain admin, but it failed. So we wanted to understand exactly what happens when we execute this command. And actually, this command is just a wrapper for this LDAP root DSC operation. Now, if you're not familiar with LDAP root DSC operation, that's okay. It's basically just requesting to invoke a certain functionality from the DC. Now, if we try to manually send this request to the DC as a non-domain admin, it will also fail. So that's because on the DC side, there is a verification whether the caller of this operation is a domain admin. And if not, it will just not work. So at this point, we wanted to understand what happens when the DC does approve this operation. And what the DC does is just changing some attributes. So basically, the DC just takes the DMSA and the superseded account and changed some attributes on them. And at this point, we wanted to know whether we can, if we control a DMSA, maybe we can just change the same attributes that the DC is changing. So apparently, we can do that. We don't need domain admins for that. So that means we can link the DMSA to another account, and the link is, and we do the link just from the DMSA to the superseded account, not the other way. So we don't need actually any permissions on the target account, just on the DMSA, and we link it to any account, including domain admin, and we gather privileges. So that is basically bad successor, and let's see it in action. So we have an attacker, and this attacker has a control over a DMSA, and they want to get domain admin privileges. So they will just simulate DMSA migration. They will link the DMSA to a domain admin, and they now need to authenticate as the DMSA, and the DC is just granting them the privileges. So that's great, that's amazing, really cool, but there is a huge problem because getting control over a DMSA, that's pretty hard because DMSA is brand new, as I said, so most organizations don't use DMSA yet. And the second point is that DMSA are being created by default in the managed service accounts container. And this container is heavily restricted, so only high privileged groups have access to this container by default. And so even if there is a DMSA, it will probably mean we can't just, getting control over it will be hard. So luckily for us, we can actually create the DMSA in any OU, not just in the managed service account container. And that means that now the diagram changed a bit, and if we control any OU, and OU is basically, OU is an organizational unit. It's basically a folder in Active Directory. So if we control a folder, which, you know, some folders are just not as important as the others, if we control an OU, we can create a DMSA there, and therefore we can simulate a migration and get domain admin. Now, let's see a demo of it. So here we are running as a weak user, and this user has, we are trying to add ourselves to domain admins, and we fail because we don't have privileges, but we can create objects in an OU called temp. Now we will try, now we create a new DMSA in the temp OU, and we link the DMSA to the administrator account. Great, now we need to authenticate as the DMSA, so we use Rubius for that. Okay, now we are authenticated as the DMSA, as we can see in KList, and we try to add a member to domain admins once again. This time we succeed because we are running with administrator privileges. So we have reported this vulnerability to Microsoft, and Microsoft said that this is a vulnerability. They agreed with us, but they said that if we have a control over OU and we can just gain any privileges that we want, that is moderate. So because this is moderate, it does not meet the bar for immediate servicing. However, they did said that they're going to fix it in the future. But that's actually not the end. So when I started with the research, I saw that there is this structure. And I didn't thought much about this structure. I actually ignored it. Basically, this structure is in TGT for DMSAs. And it has two key members. It has the current keys and the previous keys. So those fields hold the Kerberos keys for the DMSA, both the current one and the previous. So Kerberos keys, if anyone is not familiar with that, is basically credentials in Kerberos, and we can think about it as a password hash. So now, the thing that led me to look at this structure again is seeing this decoded response. So this is a decoded response of this structure, and we can see the current keys above and the previous keys below. And maybe it doesn't say much to you, but I saw this when I worked on the demo. So I have just created the DMSA. I have simulated a migration. I linked it into administrator, and then I got this response. Now, the weird part that I actually didn't notice is that the new DMSA that I have just created has a previous password. Now, I didn't actually see that, but what I did saw is the value in the previous keys, and maybe you can see the value, or it just doesn't mean anything to you. It makes sense. That is just an NTLM hash. And usually I don't recognize NTLM hash, but this NTLM hash specifically, it means a lot for me because this is the NTLM hash of this password. And I always use this password for my lab environment. So I immediately recognized the hash of AA126 as I always use it. Now, that was really weird because we have a DMSA, which is a great security new feature, and they have a randomly generated password, but the old password is the password that I always use. That's pretty weird. So apparently what happens is when we link the DMSA to another account, we are not only stealing the privileges of the other account, we also get their credentials. So I have created a tweet about it, and I show that I'm running a script, and I just dump all of the credentials of all of the users and computers in the domain. So that's really cool, and I'm also dumping the credentials of Kirby TGT. Maybe you can see it from here, but Kirby TGT is, I think, the most critical user in Active Directory. If you have those credentials, you can craft golden ticket. So that's really cool. And I'm showing this tweet because there was just one comment that I think summarized this whole thing perfectly. So Andre replied with, seems quite moderate. So yeah, dumping the every credentials is moderate. So now let's talk about detection. And I'm not going to talk about mitigation because I think the best mitigation will be just to wait for Microsoft patch. In the meantime, there was some discussion after I posted a blog about this. There was some discussion in the identity realm about how organizations can protect themselves from this attack, and there were some great ideas, but I think that none of them actually is good enough for perfectly mitigating this vulnerability. So in order to detect this attack, there are a couple of logs that are being created when we execute the attack. So first of all, when we create a DMSA, there will be a log saying that a DMSA was created if we configure a SACL. So a SACL is a system ACL, and yeah, you should configure SACL for the creation of DMSAs. The second point is DMSA linkage. So again, this requires a SACL, but then you will get a log every time that someone's link a DMSA to another account. And the last one, the most interesting, is this log is actually for GMSAs. So when a user fetch a password of a GMSA, this log is logged, but apparently it is also logged when we request a TGT for DMSA. So I guess this is because of how Microsoft is sending us the credentials. Now the interesting part is that when we fetch GMSA password, we have the caller seed and caller IP, and those fields will have the seed that fetched the password and the IP that the user was working from. But when we request a TGT for a DMSA, this is getting logged with the caller IP as blank and the caller seed as anonymous logon. So I think this is really interesting. I actually didn't have the time to look into it more, but I think this may be worth some digging. And now, before we get to the conclusions, I have contacted with MSRC because they were actually pretty great. I mean, beside the point that I don't agree with them on the severity, they were really great working with, and I sent them the presentation and I asked if they want to put any official statement. So this is their statement. We are aware of this report and we'll be addressing it in an upcoming update. Okay, so let's talk about conclusions. Okay, so DMSA is a brand new feature and it was designed with security in mind. It actually solves some, I think, great security risks, and but that doesn't mean that the DMSA is necessarily secured and that they don't have any vulnerability there. The second point is to never skip the obvious, because I think that when I saw that the whole new pack merging thing, I talked with my manager about it, and his response was something like, well, maybe you can just change the attribute and then it will give you the pack. And I said, no, that sounds way too easy. But apparently it was just that easy. So good thing that I didn't skip it. The next point is, as I said, to log and alert on DMSA creation and links. And the final point is that DMSA is a great new feature. I know that in this talk I talk badly about it, but I actually really like this feature. And I think that once Microsoft will finish with the patch, it will be much better, and organization definitely should use this feature. So thank you, and if you have questions, feel free. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas Breaking Ground. This talk is Detecting Deobfuscation and Blocking Fileless Malware with Tree Sitter, given by David McDonald. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Formal and Dropzone AI. It's their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. If you have any questions, use the audience microphone so YouTube can hear you. With that, let's get started. Please welcome David McDonald.
Hey, everybody. Thank y'all for being here with me at the end of the day. Can y'all hear me okay? Cool. So today I'm going to be talking a bit about Tree Sitter and how we can use it to detect and, what the thing says. So when I first started at Velexity, I had not had much exposure to malware in general. So I came across this iced ID link payload, and I was really confused by just what it was, because to me it looks very obvious that it's malware. So my question was like, why would somebody do that? Here's another sample that I looked at, which is an Emotet PowerShell payload. And again, it's totally scrambled up. To me, it looks like obviously bad, but there's a very good reason for doing this, and it's twofold. The reasons are to slow down your reverse engineering efforts when you're trying to investigate what a piece of code does, and it's also to bypass signature scanners. So I took this sample. I wanted it to be like my benchmark for can I deobfuscate this? And this is what I came up with. So this uses Tree Sitter to iterate over the actual syntax tree of the file, put together the pieces, and reveal the actual underlying malware. So you can see, now this is a slowed down version. I put like a call to sleep between every iteration. But what it does is it looks for individual things that it can reduce down and then applies it to the tree and updates it until you finally have something usable. So there are some existing methods for deobfuscating PowerShell, as you can see here. Don't necessarily recommend that. There's also revoke obfuscation, which doesn't exactly deobfuscate. It's more for identification of obfuscated PowerShell. And then there's things like PS detect and power decode, which are tools where you actually run the PowerShell in a PowerShell interpreter, but you patch certain functions to try to make the malware no longer malicious. It's kind of heavyweight. It requires PowerShell. You don't want to run it in your production environments. It needs to be in a sandbox. You certainly don't want to do it for every single script that runs on an endpoint, and it can't handle corrupt data. So if you come across a broken piece of code, it's just going to choke. And here's an example of how they would patch that function. Here we have them overriding the invoke expression function. So instead of actually invoking the expression, you just capture the parameters and write them out to the host. Some additional challenges are just the sheer number of data sources that you might have when you're dealing with PowerShell. You could get it from a file collection as part of a forensic collection. You might have script block logging, a C2 endpoint that you pulled it off of, cached files in memory, just loose data in the kernel, or even network traffic in some scenarios. Additionally, in order to run those dynamic deobfuscators, it needs to be at least in somewhere with a PowerShell environment, which makes it challenging for dealing with cross-platform solutions. And again, just the sheer scale of data for every piece of PowerShell that runs across an enterprise is massive, and you don't want to do that. So as far as obfuscation goes, there are several popular open source deobfuscators. And attackers are lazy, and they're going to use these things because it works, and who wants to actually go through and chop up a file bit by bit and put it together? If these things are out there and they bypass signature scanners, they're going to use them. And they're still effective against signature-based scanning. Even relatively sophisticated signature scanners can be bypassed pretty easily if you just apply enough obfuscation, you iterate, you experiment. There's tools like, I forget what it's called. I don't know. There's a tool that lets you like run AMC on a file, and it'll show you exactly which portions of the file are the ones that the signature is flagging on. So Windows has the anti-malware scan interface, and this can detect many malicious and obfuscated PowerShell payloads, but AMC bypasses continue to evolve. You'll have a bypass, it'll work for a while, they'll put out a new signature for it, you tweak it, it works again, they put out a new signature, and so on and so forth. So those are signature-based, they're not syntax aware, they're just relying on byte patterns, and that's really their fundamental weakness. Here's an example of that. This is from the Troll AMC repo. You can see here the Windows Defender detects this payload. It has the AMC util string right there, and that's kind of what it's flagging on. But this is not detected, and it's really just as simple as splitting the string up into different components, concatenating them together, and substituting them with a variable. This is a snippet from the Troll AMC repo, which says that system.management.automation.amc utils is being flagged now. Just do a basic obfuscation of it, like the example below, and it works again. And they're not even trying hard here. So it's kind of a sad state of affairs that you can do an AMC bypass with something that trivial. Here's an example of how you might try to detect obfuscated PowerShell with Yara. You look for the common components of something that has been run through invoke obfuscation, like these format strings, format specifiers, invoke method calls. And then you have to hit on really a lot of them, like more than 11 and more than 10 and more than 10 of the 3. So for smaller snippets of PowerShell that have been obfuscated, that's just not going to work at all. So again, this was the challenge, and through Tree Sitter, I found a solution. And the key was what I was calling at the time atomic operations. So what are the smallest discrete transformations you can make on a syntax tree in order to deobfuscate something? So let's say we have an operation like this, just adding 2 strings together in the source code. Well, it's really easy to deobfuscate this if you have the required information, which is that at byte range 0 to 4, you have a string literal. In the middle here, in byte range 5 to 6, you have an addition operator. On the right side, you have another string literal at range 7 to 11. And then this is all encompassed as part of an additive expression in that range of 0 to 11. Now this is where Tree Sitter comes in. Tree Sitter is really awesome. It's part of NeoVim, and it was originally developed for the Atom text editor. So what you do is you write a language grammar in JSON, and that gets like converted down into, I'm sorry, you write the language grammar in JavaScript, it gets converted to JSON, and then it finally gets converted down into an actual parser in C. There's a ton of support for most mainstream languages. If it's a language you use every day, there's almost certainly a really, really high quality grammar for it. And there's even an active development community of less common languages. The Tree Sitter API allows you to do queries against the actual syntax tree using something called as expressions. I know Lisp is not the most popular language, but this is like very much related to that. So in NeoVim, this lets you do fun things like language injections and advanced code navigation. This is really how I found out about this in the first place, just because I saw some YouTube video where a guy was like, oh, you can, TJ DeVries was like, you can get your strings like formatted as SQL embedded within your Python source code files if you learn how to do all this stuff. So I was like, you know what, all right, I'll spend 2 hours after work doing this. That's fine. And sure enough, it works, and it's kind of cool. So you can see here we have some Python, and it has a query, and inside of the multi-line string, the text is formatted as SQL. So here's what that looks like more concretely in Python. Didn't use PowerShell yet because the grammar is not very nice, but Python's a lot cleaner. We're just going to query for an assignment operation to this variable here. We're going to label it statement. We're going to check to see if the identifier is equal to foo. Whoops. And you can see right here it has said, hey, I have an identifier named foo that's part of an assignment statement. So that's the query syntax right there. And on the bottom is your tree inspector. So the queries that you run look very similar to the trees themselves, which makes them a little easier to write. You just can like grab a little bit out of this, paste it into your query editor here, start adding your conditions, and then you have some success. Here's another Python example. If we wanted to find a binary operation that was 2 strings that said like hello world. We have a binary operator, left side's a string, right side's a string, left side is equal to hello, right side matches as a regular expression, WORL. And so when I was looking for a PowerShell grammar, I actually went to Microsoft's repos since they owned the original version, but they had kind of just like let it die. It wasn't being maintained. And I noticed that Airbus CERT had forked it and had an active fork. So I was like, this is really promising. An incident response team has forked the Microsoft PowerShell repo, or the tree setter PowerShell grammar repo, and is like making it work. That's pretty cool. So here's an example of how tree sitter can be used for like really powerful PowerShell scanning. We take 744 clean PowerShell management scripts, run them all through token obfuscation and invoke obfuscation, and then design a query to target those obfuscations specifically. And when I say query here, I mean those tree setter queries like we wrote on the last slide. And then we see how it did versus Yara. So this is a query for the PowerShell format string command. PowerShell has a very recursive grammar, so you get these like deeply nested queries, which makes it not very friendly to deal with. But we're looking for this essentially. And I found a tool called tree grepper that lets you, instead of using regular expressions, grep across files with tree setter queries. So Yara had 86 hits out of all the files that were obfuscated. Tree grepper had 616. And this is the output of tree grepper. You can see it like figured out exactly which parts of the file we were looking for and printed them out. So just right off the bat, that's really awesome PowerShell scanning. Tree Sitter has great documentation and a nice Rust API, as well as Python bindings. There's actually bindings for quite a few languages. So invoke obfuscation is the most well-known of the PowerShell obfuscators. Uses several different methods in order to scramble up the code and make it hard to read. Token obfuscation is pretty common. You'll see them injecting backticks, which is an easy way to throw off signature scanners. Splatting and concatting, breaking it up into strings, and then using this ampersand operator, which will basically execute that. And then also reordering using format strings. And these are really trivial to detect a tree sitter, as you saw in the last slide. The syntax trees of obfuscated scripts have characteristics that are rarely found in benign scripts. And a lot of these things don't get reconstructed in script block logging, as useful as it is for finding things that have been loaded through a gzip cradle or something. Here's an example of finding something that has been obfuscated using token obfuscation. We can actually write a really simple query that just looks for commands that have a backtick in them, and boom, there it is. There's more tree grepper output for those splat concat type obfuscations where you break things down into different strings and then execute those. A lot of these are using the static environment variables as well. And then you have AST obfuscation, which is manipulation of the actual AST nodes themselves. Just reordering things, shuffling them around like arguments to functions. And these don't, if you are syntax aware and writing queries, this doesn't matter to you that much because you can account for that, and sometimes it won't even matter for tree sitter queries. Then we have string obfuscation, which is basically, let's break this whole thing down into a string and then execute it as a new script block. You can guess here what this character or character X is going to do. And then you have those static environment variables. They are going to use the command invocation operator to basically build commands out of strings and then run them. And there's actually a really special node type for that operator that you can query directly. So while writing a regular expression to try to find these would be a nightmare and you'd get a million false positives, if you just query for command invocation operator, it'll point you to every single one, with perfect precision. More static environment variable nonsense. These are just fixed values that are generally going to be the same on every system, so you can use those to get an I and an E and so on and so forth. You can also do typecasting to scramble up strings. So we just cast numbers down to characters and then format them into a string. That's really easy to find, cast expressions with a query. And so you can see what I'm getting at here is if all of these individual components are very easy to find with queries, then we can actually build an engine that will locate all of them, edit the actual document, and work it towards something more readable. So what I came up with is a bunch of these operations that you just execute in a loop until you're no longer finding any more work to do, So that was how we got to the solution I showed earlier on. You can even do cool stuff like dealing with random variable names where they'll give it some kind of junk name, and it'll be kind of hard to hold in your head as you read the script because it's just nonsense. But you can rename all the variables like Spiteful Kitten using something like the Docker container naming conventions. And that'll at least make it a little easier to read. You have compression, which will create compress commands. And those, are just going to make a gzip compressed blob, decompress it from a base 64 string, and then launch it with, once again, invoke expression here. So this is Microsoft's benchmark for PowerShell detection tests. New object, web client, download file, some exe, and then start process with that file. If we were to use string obfuscations from invoke obfuscation, it would end up looking like this. And if you use that engine, you can get right back to where you started. And it even has some statistics on how it was done. There were 9 format string expressions, to pause it, 11 string literal pipelines, 2 casts, and 2 string member usages. So you can do even more than just detect. You can do really advanced unpacking of some kind of crazy payloads. So This is a script block built from a gzip stream that is built from a base64 string that has a whole bunch of glued together strings. But because we're executing those queries, we can work it down towards something nice. And our actual big query that looks for the gzip compressed blob won't fire until there's only a single string in that parameter and not like a whole bunch of concatenations. So it just goes through, works it down, and then you get your nice payload there. You can also extract binary payloads. So if you see a conversion from base64 string, you can query for a single string parameter to that, and then just like unpack it. One of the really nice things about TreeSitter is that it can handle incomplete or broken scripts. And this is extremely useful when you're dealing with sources that might be incomplete or corrupt, like if you're finding strings loose in memory as part of a memory scan or something. So here we've got a broken tree. TreeSitter uses what are called error nodes to make it robust. The reason it does this is because it's actually designed for use in text editors, so it needs to be able to do keystroke updates when your syntax tree isn't actually fully valid without like breaking all of the syntax highlighting and things like that. So you can actually, although this one is broken, still work it down to a useful payload that you can examine. And then one huge advantage is speed and portability. Because it's written in Rust and C, you can make static binaries that can do this very quickly. This is it running at full speed against 745 samples. Again, PowerShell's grammar poses like some serious challenges because it is highly recursive. In a Python program like this, you'll see like a very nice flat structure to an assignment of a list of integers. But in PowerShell, it's going to be like very deeply nested of assignment expressions, because an assignment expression is actually an assignment expression glued to another object, and so on. So when I gave this talk the first time at BSides San Antonio, the very same day, I was like, okay, talk done. I'm going to like go back, clean up the code, and publish this tool. And of course, the Airbus CERT team that had recovered the PowerShell grammar released their tool on that very day. So I was kind of like, oh man. Kind of a shock, but it ended up being really cool actually, because they did a really fantastic job with the library that they wrote. And what was really interesting was that you'll notice that my talk was entirely focused on like writing these TreeSitter queries. Theirs does not use a single query. Theirs is instead based on recursive traversals of the entire syntax tree. So you write these things called rules, which are basically akin to the little steps in my engine that I'd written. And when you enter a node, you can do something, and when you leave a tree node, you can do something. And you can do it either with a regular rule, which doesn't update the tree, or you can use a rule. So you can achieve the exact same effect, and this is not time for questions or comments yet. This is just where the slideshow ends. So what I did was, at this point, I was like, okay, there's a really cool Rust library for this. We've seen that AMPC really struggles to deal with it, like bypasses against its own defenses using these PowerShell obfuscations. So what if we wrote our own version of AMPC that had these capabilities? And I looked into it, and you can actually, using Rust for Windows, implement the AMPC interface through the anti-malware provider interface, and install it on a system, and you get, when a script is launched from PowerShell, your code will be called, and then it will pass through your scanner. And the requirements are only one thing, that you scan a buffer and then you return one of three enumerations, like AMC result clean, which is this is a known good piece of data, AMC result detected, and AMC result not detected, which means we're not sure, just pass it on to the next AMC provider and let it make a decision. But in the meantime, you can also you can have a whole lot of interesting side effects. Like you can log things, you can extract the payloads. So I built a system that does this, and I'm going to demonstrate that for y'all. Here we have a PowerShell interpreter on the right, obviously. And on the left, we have our program data directory for this AMC provider. So let's start by doing something like really simple. Write post. Try to make this readable. Foo bar. And you see it gets executed. But up here we have our actual linted version that got passed through the engine. And you can see that it did the transformation. We didn't find anything bad. We allowed it to run, but we made a note of it in our log here, which is just like logging all the payloads that come through AMC and like a little peek at their contents. All right, so what if we did something that is something that you would more commonly see with fileless malware, which is invoke REST method. I did that wrong. URI GDP 172. One 8000 gzip.ps1. And over here, I've got my little C2 server running. And so for this rule, I basically just wanted to find out if something is a gzip payload. And the way that this works is that using the -1 library, you can actually access inferred values of nodes. So when it finds like from base64 string here, it leaves it alone, but it also is going to like store a inferred value within that tracesetter node that you can access. So you say, hey, show me that data, and let's like actually do things with it. So when we run that, oh, I forgot to pipe it into IEX. The provider blocks it because it contains malicious content, and then we should see within our log an actual hit on the rule, which is a binary gzip payload here. So we're able to like introspect the inferred values of nodes and do cool things with them. So one thing that I think is like really amazing about that is that you can actually empower your signature scanners to do cool things again. So instead of, you know, them not working because they the script is obfuscated, they can't see the contents, it's a string that's been like split or replaced or reversed. You can just work through all of those things and then check the inferred data and pass it off to Yara. Let's see. Another cool thing you can do is check for like context-aware entropy. One thing that people will do to bypass signature scanners is affect the entropy of their files by doing things like giving variables really simple names. So for instance, here we have these ridiculous variable names that are very long. This is like from the actual PowerShell obfuscation Bible repo that's like, hey, if you want to get past a scanner, you need to like tweak your entropy, and this will bring it down from like 16 matches on virus total down to 11. But in this case, it's actually the tell, because we can look at just the text of those nodes, calculate their entropy, and write a rule that says, hey, if the Shannon entropy of a variable is less than 1, report it. So again, we blocked it because it has giant weird variables, which should show up in the log here. Yep, there it goes, variable entropy. We have highlighted exactly which variables are there, so if you weren't sure if it was a false positive or something, you'd have instantaneous intelligence on that. So I was at work one day and I was looking at the R77 rootkit, which is a big open source rootkit on GitHub. But one major component of its infection chain is an AMSI bypass using these like polymorphic string obfuscations. So I was like, oh man, that's a perfect thing to practice on. The mistake I made was that I tried doing this on a fully patched version of Defender, which has obviously seen this open source rootkit a million times, so it'll blow up in your face. But I applied extra layers of obfuscations for the sake of this example. So you get a giant nasty thing like this. And the rule that I wrote for this was one that basically says, I want to find when strings appear that we know people would try to hide. So things like amc.dll or amc.utils or virtual alloc or virtual protect. So. Oof. A lot of output there, but I think if we refresh this log, we got the naughty string rule, amc.dll. And in one of these files, actually, I did this earlier to help myself. B635. And there's your rootkit component right there, fully deobfuscated. You can see all the strings that had been hidden before, load library A, virtual protect, amc.dll, and so on and so forth. So it's a really cool, powerful way to enhance your scanners and keep AMC a little bit safer from all those really trivial bypasses. Here's another one that I wrote up. I had to write a special rule for this one because this is basically the equivalent of like Python's unhexlify right here. But you can actually examine function statements and figure out, hey, that's exactly what this thing does. And then when you find its use later in the syntax tree, you can set the inferred value of that node to the results of what would be a call to unhexlify. And so again, we find it, we block it. Because it has a binary portable executable embedded in the payload. That was one of those rules that was used in conjunction with Yara. It's the simplest Yara rule of all time, is PE. And because Yara X is in Rust now, you can just like super easily throw that in the mix. And yeah, that's my demo. I'm glad it did not blow up. Does anybody have any questions? Is there anything you can get through Tree Sitter? Yeah, I've looked at like, I'm sorry? The weak point of Tree Sitter is that there are like many different ways you can obfuscate code, and it's by no means like, the -1 engine is not feature complete yet, but the good thing is that it doesn't have to be, because it's just it's an improvement over the existing scanning engines. And what's really great is that every rule that you add is kind of a force multiplier, because it can rely on the inferred value within nodes that have been produced by other rules, you know? So if you've got like a from base64 rule that will capture binary payloads and say, hey, this node has binary data, then it makes future rules that you want to write able to say, hey, if this rule has binary data within it, you know, let's do something. So yeah, you can still get past it, I'm sure, but it's a really cool tool, and they keep making progress on it all the time, so it's just getting better and better. Yeah. Interesting. If it's like importing other things into the scope, kind of. I have not experimented with that yet. I don't know. I'd be curious to find out. But you can see it scans a lot of different things. But yeah, I don't know how it works when you have imported modules. Right. So to recap the question, there are a lot of, you might have like a lot of imported modules in a very small snippet that uses code from them. And can Tree Sitter work with that right now? I would think the answer is no, not right now, because it's like working purely on the syntax tree of a single document. You could build a larger framework around it that like captures things from, so in this example, like you have all these logged entries. I'd be curious to know if they come from the same session. Like each AMC scan has like an associated session identifier. So if when you import a module, yeah, you might be able to capture outside information from the imports and then use it in subsequent like scans as part of the same session. I'm not sure though. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you all very much for your attention. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. That slide that got, there we go.